it'll be approved. So that's up to you, but consider this as formal as it gets. This is just as formal as if we were sitting in a courtroom together. So that we expect that you will be treated with that level of respect, both legal counsel as well as everyone else. And so both in your appearance and your demeanor. Again, I am Kenneth Woodson. Well, before we do that, Ms. Rao, give me a thumbs up when you're ready for me. Thank you. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, Chair of the Board.
Roger S. Tennant Sr., Board Member.
Beverly Penn, Board Member.
Ken Washington, Board Member.
Ryan McSherry, Board Counsel.
Richard Wade, Board Administrator.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to hear from the City of Philadelphia. Is there one person been designated to share with us the items that have been resolved or continuance requests?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the City of Philadelphia. I do have a few matters that have been resolved.
Okay, thank you.
The first one is number 1. It's appeal number HA 2021001183. That matter is moot.
Moot, thank you.
Then number 5, appeal number HA 2021005419. It's my understanding that the petitioners have withdrawn this appeal.
Oh, okay, considered withdrawn. Thank you.
And then number 6, it's appeal number HA 2022000323. And there has been a continuance request for this matter that is not opposed by the city.
Okay, we'll continue this matter then. Thank you.
And those are all the matters I have.
Okay, let's see here. We may have, so yeah, we do have several additional issues, I think. Case number 19, I believe there is a desire by the law department to read this into the record. That's HA-2022-004951, Jocelyn Clark, 6614 North Opal Street.
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city regarding that case. The city would just like to mark that matter moot.
Moot, okay. Thank you very much.
And, I
No,
apologize.
please. No,
May
no,
I
no, please.
continue with the
Yes.
remaining cases? I'll be handling case number 8, HA 2022-000729, appellant Hadar Nassimi, property address 710 North 2nd Street. The city is prepared to move forward in the matter. My understanding is that there has been a recent request for continuance.
Okay, let's check with the board administrator. Do we have
Yeah.
that?
There was a continuance request sent in approximately at 12:45 PM. I'm sorry, 12:42 PM.
Today?
Yes.
Ms. Athanasiadis, what's the city's position in this?
Chairman Woodson, this is the 4th listing for this matter.
The
It has
third.
been continued previously another 3 times. My understanding is that appellant is indicating that he's secured an attorney, but his attorney is not available. The city would just, the city is opposed to this continuance as it's the 4th listing for the same case. However, in the event that the board decides to continue the matter, the city would ask that it be marked must be tried at the next listing, which I believe is February 2nd.
Okay, is the appellant present?
Yes,
And your name, sir?
my name is Hadar Nisimi for the record.
Okay, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes,
You
I,
swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God.
yes, I do.
Sir, what is the reason for this 4th request for a continuance?
I like to mention that this is the 3rd request. I'm sorry
Okay.
for the inconvenience. Originally I had another lawyer by the name of Al Schreimer, which we end up not working together. And I hired an additional lawyer by the name of David Denenberg, which is in court today. So he couldn't appear today. And that's the reason I requested the last minute, the continuance.
Well, you should understand that the board looks with considerable disfavor and late request for continuance. Uh, and we're loath to give more than 2 continuances. So you've exceeded the limit that we generally work with. And so how long have you had this new attorney, and why isn't someone else in his firm available?
Okay, I must mention that the first time that I've been on the board, I represented myself because I mentioned to the board before because it was under my name, the lady from the MSB building told me I can represent myself, which the board told me it wasn't the case, that I have to have a lawyer. So that was the first continuance. The second one, I had to discontinue with Al Schreimer because he wasn't responding to my emails. So I hired the third lawyer, which is in court today. I would love to resolve that situation myself.
Can he
but
be present later today, or is he absolutely no way he can get here?
He's in court. I'm communicating via emails with him. When he can answer me, he's answering me. So I don't know when he's going to leave the court and when his availability.
I'll find out if there's anyone else in his firm that can represent you.
No,
he-
nobody could represent me.
I mean, he is a one-person firm. He doesn't have any other lawyers associated with him.
I believe it's Abramson and Dennenberg, so I would assume he has a partner.
Yes, and no one.
but-
There's got to be someone else who can represent you in that firm. And
well,
I'm pressing so
well,
hard, sir. Mr. Nassimi, I'm pressing hard because we do not like to give these continuances this way. They're often very good reasons, but the point is that we need to resolve these matters and move on for your benefit as well as ours. So what I'd like you to do, and you've talked to him several times, is that correct?
I didn't speak to him. I emailed him. We communicate via email, and he told me they cannot show up to this meeting because he's in court. And therefore, he told me specifically to mention his name and request for a continuance. So that's where I'm standing.
So you requested continuance, not him.
On his behalf. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
he knows better. He should have done it himself. The lawyer should have done it. That's what you paid him for, to represent you.
I'm so sorry. I wish I knew that.
Okay.
The first time I requested on time. I sent it to the office. The only
Well,
reason that it was
on
the
time
last
would have been
minute
several
today-
days ago, not the same day of the hearing.
I
several days in
understand, but I
advance.
didn't know it would be in court. I'm awfully apologize.
Let's do this. The city is requesting that if we grant this continuance, that it be on a must-heard basis. And so that's what we will do. We will grant this third and final continuance with the caveat and requirement that it be must-heard. Please note it as it must be heard, Mr. Wade.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Woodson.
On which date?
Thank
On
you.
February 2nd, or should I
They will
receive
get
the
back to you
letter?
with a date. The administrator will get back to you with a date for the next hearing, okay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Woodson.
And so we'll need to, please make sure you give us the name of the new lawyer.
I sent it to Alexandria, which she received a forward from Abby, who received it from Dolores with all the information of my
Okay.
lawyer firm.
Thank you. Okay,
thank you.
okay, now we have a matter here, is HA 2021-001217. It's tobacco retailer Roger Thomas, 1901-05 Buckius Street. Who's handling that for the city?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Costello, who's representing the appellant in this matter?
I am Kenneth Sprang, representing Mr. Thomas, well, actually, his business, but Mr. Thomas in the business.
Oh, thank you, because that was the question is legal counsel would be required and your appearance was not noted. That's why so we just want to make sure there's an attorney representing the appellant.
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right, Kenneth Sprang. Okay, thank you very much. All ready? Okay, anyone else have anything preliminary before we proceed?
Yes, Chairman Woodson, if I may continue.
Yes,
Case number 9, HA 2022-002753. The appellant is LA Battery QOZ LLC, property address 1325 Beach Street. That matter is moot.
moot. Okay, thank you.
Case number 11, HA-2022-003175, appellant Carrie Ann Koski, 4823-25 East House Street. My understanding is that matter, that appeal rather, has been withdrawn.
Withdrawn? Okay, thank you.
Short case number 12, HA-2022-003263, appellant Arbor Como, property address 4729 Shellmeyer Avenue. That matter is moot.
Moot, thank you.
Case number 14, HA-2022-002594, appellant Brendan Shuck, property address 1909 South 4th Street. That matter has been withdrawn.
Withdrawn, thank you.
Case number 15, HA-2022-002865, appellant Frank Figueroa, property address 1911 South 4th Street. That matter is also withdrawn.
Withdrawn, thank you.
And we address number 19 as being moot, and I'm prepared to move forward on all the other remaining water matters.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, if there's no additional preliminary matters for discussion, let us move to the listing. And Mr. Wade, I believe that takes us to number 3.
Case number 2.
2.
Hearing appeal number HA 2021-001217, Roger Thomas, 1901 Bucket Street.
Okay,
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
good
This
afternoon.
This matter is an appeal from a tobacco permit denial, which is based on the location of the store being within 500 feet of a school zone. And I do have one witness today. It's Nikisha Johnson, who I believe is on the call.
Ms. Johnson present? Okay,
Present.
okay,
And
Thank you.
She'll need to be sworn in.
sure. Ms. Johnson, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Costello?
Ms. Johnson, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nikisha Johnson.
And what is your position with the health department?
I'm a research and data associate.
Okay, and what do your duties entail?
I'm responsible for data analysis and data management tasks related to different health programs and policies, including the tobacco control program.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property located at 190105 Buckish Street?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I was asked to create the map to show where the location is in relation to our tobacco-free school zones.
Okay, and this is something that you regularly do as part of your role with the health department?
Yes.
Okay. And would you recognize that map if you were showing it here today?
Yes, I would.
Okay, permission to share my screen, Chairman
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, I'd like to direct your attention to what has been marked as City Exhibit 1. Can you please describe what you're seeing on the screen?
Yes, so the retailer located at 1901 Buckius Street is indicated by the little flag, and the water department parcel that that location sits on is outlined with that that blue trapezoid. And then you can look up and see that the Mariana Bracetti Academy is located in that water department parcel that's outlined in green. And the tobacco-free school zone, which is a 500-foot buffer, and all lines from the academy is shown in that reddish circle. And then just to kind of clarify exactly the exact distance between the two parcels, drawn a line, so you can see that it's 203.72 feet distance apart.
And this was the map that you created, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just clarify that this if this map is showing that this property is within you said 203.72 feet of the school zone?
Yes, that was the distance between the two parcels. And so that's well within the 500-foot buffer.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Sir, do we have any cross-examination from Mrs. Sprang?
Yes, a couple of things. First, how did you create the map? What was the process by which you created this map?
So we use ArcGIS Pro, which is the industry standard for geospatial tasks at the health department.
Okay, and is that the mechanism by which you determined the distance, the 203 plus feet?
Yes, using the distance and direction tool, which is the tool within the software.
Has anyone, to the best of your knowledge, has anyone personally ever walked that area or measured it or taken a look at that space? Or is this just done by technology?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, no one has gone out and measured that space physically. This is all done with the geospatial software.
I think that's all. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Ms. Costello, you have any additional witnesses?
I do not, Chairman Woodson.
Okay, Mrs. Sprang?
We'll call Roger Thomas. Roger is there somewhere.
Mr. Thomas, are you present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, are you driving in a vehicle?
No, I'm actually parked at the
Okay.
location of the business.
Okay, all righty. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Sprang?
Okay, Mr. Thomas, would you please state your full name and address for the record? Mr. Thomas? This is my. Okay, then.
I think the internet cut out there. I can hear you.
Mrs. Sprang, you may need to restate your question.
Certainly. Can you state your full name and address for the record, please?
Roger Thomas, reside at 3409 Aldine Street, Philadelphia, PA 19136.
Okay. Now, you've heard the testimony from the city regarding the distance between the proposed facility at Jasper and Buckley Street and the school, did you not? Or did you hear that testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the city maintains that the distance is 203 plus feet. You heard that as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, have you had cause to measure that distance physically in person?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
I purchased pretty much an industry contractor digital wheel roller measurer. And I started from the partial of the where they started from onto 3861 Jasper. And it was well over 1,500 feet.
And for the record, when did you do this measurement?
I did it approximately about 1:15 p.m. today.
Objection, Chairman Woodson. This is based on the water parcel lines.
Okay, Ms. Costello, what would be probably, I'll overrule it because you will be able to cross-examine him and interrogate him based on the methods, means, et cetera, okay? Mr. Sprang?
Okay. I think that's all for the moment. We preserve the right to redirect, but
Okay,
that's
Ms.
all.
Costello?
Mr. Thomas, are you aware of where the water parcel lines are surrounding your property?
Yes, according to the map
What map are you working with, Mr. Thomas?
that was sent in the exhibit.
I don't know. I'm confused. What exhibit are you talking about?
The map that was you just displayed to your witness.
So it's your testimony that from the blue square on the exhibit that I displayed, you're able to determine the specific location of the water department parcel lines around your property?
That's where you guys outlined the location of the business. I went from that distance to the distance to my address.
Okay, and do you have any experience working with water parcel lines, GIS mapping systems?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Before you, Mr. Thomas, do you have anything in writing to show the route that you took while you were measuring using this wheel?
Yes, I can actually display it now. I'm in front of the location. If you like.
Well, okay, Mr. Sprain, is that an exhibit that you have? You ready to present or something? Have you seen this?
I haven't seen it because it was just done earlier today. But if it's possible for Mr. Thomas to display it, that'd be excellent. And we would treat that as an exhibit.
Ms. Costello, you have any issues with that?
Yeah, objection. I mean, what? I don't understand what the basis is for his.
Okay,
measure.
Mr. Sprain, as you would in court, this isn't something you would normally do, is it?
I would normally do it this way.
Okay, so I would expect the same level of courtesy in terms of the proper presentation of exhibits.
Let's see, if Mr. Thomas has, and I apologize because this was done at the last minute as a determination. I came into this late, so I'm trying to put the pieces together. So I do apologize. We would certainly tender, Mr. Thomas, you're saying that you can provide a visual demonstration of this measurement?
Correct.
Okay. Then I would ask Mr. Thomas to display that visual representation for the panel.
Objection, Chairman Woodson. I did not receive anything prior to this hearing in the form of exhibits.
Okay, so, wow, okay.
I understand.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Mr. Thomas, would you, what I'd like to hear from you, sir, describe for us what you did, and don't show anything. I just describe for us what you did in response to a question from me. What did you actually do?
So I walked from the angle where they had the map drawn at, which is kind of like the really outer part of the school, which is kind of like where the grass and the gate is at. From there, I started the wheel and I walked directly towards my location, the front of the location, even though they measure in the building is at 19015, which is actually in the rear, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt that they did it from Jasper instead of 1901 Bucky's. I stopped at Jasper, 3861 Jasper. The address that we're appealing is 1901 Bucky's, which is actually behind the building, but I stopped at Jasper anyway, just because I was curious, and it was well over 1,500 square feet. And even if you look on Google, if you look at the distance from Google, is 0.2 miles, which is well over 1,500 square feet. So therefore, Google is saying is over 500 feet, and from my measurements is also 500 feet.
Objection, Chairman Woodson. The way that Google measures in a map is not, it would not be in an angle from stormwater parcel to stormwater parcel for each of the properties.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, just for my understanding, have you ever worked with a measuring wheel before?
Yes.
Or what is your experience with that?
I have done contracting. I actually helped build this business here with measuring. I mean, it's not really.
But you got to be more specific. Are you a trained engineer? Or are you have certifications and construct? Yeah, give us more than that.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a trained engineer, but more I've done it hands-on for about 10 years with measurements.
Okay, and what kind of store are you planning to open? What type of business is this?
It's actually a nightclub social lounge that is actually and another one I think I like to arouse is this building been here since the 1800s. So it's kind of grandfathered in. This building been here before the school even existed. And it doesn't operate within school hours. We only open on Friday and Saturday night, which
Mr. Thomas, you aren't answering my question specifically. So this is not a retail establishment, correct?
Correct.
This is going to be a social club or a nightclub. Okay, so what is the issue? How does the sale and of tobacco intersect with what you want to do?
It's pretty much we would like to sell hookah. It's pretty much really traditional. People put tobacco shisha, or you can put non-tobacco shisha inside of a it's kind of like a water pipe, which filter is out. People come to socialize and smoke the kind of, it's kind of like a waterless tobacco vape.
Okay, so this is designed what would be generally known as a hookah lounge. Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yes.
Mr. Thomas, has it been zoned specifically for that purpose of a hookah lounge with the license in addition?
Yeah, it was pre-coded because it was a pre-existing use from back when it was the Dutch club back in the 1800s.
I understand that, sir, but once the building is not operating or that particular zoning is not operational for a year, it falls back to the original zoning and you still have to apply for the current zoning for the use. Have you done that?
Yeah, we've done that like years ago.
Okay, so when you say years ago, after 1 year of non-use, the zoning has to be applied for again. So do you have a current zoning status for hookah lounge currently?
It's currently zoned for what I'm using it for.
So
Mr.
in
Thomas,
your
you're not
exhibit-
answering directly.
You're not answering the question.
Yeah,
Let me
please
ask
be
again,
direct in
Mr.
your responses.
Mr.
Yeah.
Woodson, in
Yeah.
the exhibit, Mr. Thomas, did you forward a current zoning permit for a hookah lounge from the City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspections?
I don't think that was requested.
Do you have that?
I have zone. I can go and show you what I have on the wall. I don't know.
But specifically for hookah lounge. Event space hookah lounge included.
No, that's why we're here today, to get the hookah.
No, that's not why you're
No,
here.
that's not why you're here today. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Sprang,
Sir, I'm understanding this question. I'm not.
you need to consult with your attorney. Mr. Sprang, where are we in terms of this building, this parcel, in terms of legal operation of whatever it is your client wants to do?
The application that he made for the use he's proposed was denied, hence the appeal. And there was, I believe, was a zoning issue as well. I was reviewing the documents that I received, and it wasn't as clear to me as I'd like. The area, I believe, is zoned commercial, I believe. And it's the use issue is my understanding. And when he applied for that, he was denied without much explanation.
Okay, so he doesn't have a use certificate for that use, which is aside from the matter of, was it denied back by the health department on tobacco use or for some other reason? Ms. Costello, maybe you can help us.
Chairman
out.
Woodson,
Can I
no,
just
the only,
check in for a minute?
the only issue that we are here to address
yeah.
today is that he applied for a license to sell tobacco products. And he has been denied because his business is located within 500 feet of a school.
Okay, all right, Mr.
Oh,
Washington.
Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is, I'm looking at the denial letter. And it's basically what it says, this business cannot sell any form of tobacco, which includes hookah and e-cigarette products, and must be removed from the business. Since you do not have permit to sell tobacco, the business cannot smoke hookah, since smoking approval is based on tobacco sale, and you need a permit to sell this product. I think it's real clear.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Ms. Costello, Mr. Chair, Ms. Costello, that's what I was alluding to because that's how it ties into this tobacco case. Thank you.
Okay, but in addition to that, there may be special, in addition requirements for permits for the use of the space. You know, as a lounge or as a nightclub or whatever else, there's additional licensing that are required that are zoning based.
Yes, sir.
That's why I raised the issue, and Mr. Tennant was raising that issue as well.
If I may, I went to a zoning hearing and they were under their impression that because of the pre-coded use that the zoning was fine, CMX 2. and how it was, because this building was like, they had to look it up in the archives because they didn't quite understand. So the zone, as I understand, when we
Objection, Chairman Woodson, this is irrelevant. We're
Yeah,
just
but-
here to address the,
Understood. Just wanted to flesh this out. We just wanted to hear what the current status is in addition to the hookah matter. But Mr. Thomas, when that question was asked of you earlier by Mr. Tennant, you were not forthcoming with a clear answer. And so that's why we got off on this track. But okay, let us do this. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Sprang?
Just a moment. Mr. Thomas, do you recall the sort of chronology of the zoning application and the use application?
objection, irrelevant.
So noted. I want to hear the answer. Thank you.
Does you
The answer
recall when
was-
those were done, Mr. Thomas?
when the zoning were done,
Yeah, when the zoning, either the zoning request or the formality or the use request.
no, I don't recall when the zoning was done, but I know when I went to do the use change, I think they were trying to deny it because of it was they said that it was supposed to get turned into a daycare, but which it wasn't. So they said it went back to its original use.
Okay. And was it when your application, your last application was filed and denied, was there any reason given for the denial?
For the tobacco, or for
Yeah.
they
Of
just
the
said,
tobacco issue?
yeah, they said it was within the school zone,
Okay,
500.
500
500
And it's your
feet.
testimony that you measured that distance and substantially greater than 500 feet.
I physically measure it and it's well over 500 feet, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Costello, in terms of the system that the city uses to establish the distance between two parcels, is that established in the code in terms of how it has to be done?
It is, and it has to be done from the water parcel lines. There's no way to show up at a property and look at it and decide this is where the water parcel line starts and stops if you're just the owner of the property. That's why we have to use a GIS mapping system,
Okay.
because all of these maps are prepared and held by the city so that they can determine not just that it's not just based on where your house ends, it's where the water department boundary lines end.
Okay.
Water parcel
And
lines end.
is that GIS system established? Is that a requirement of the code itself, or is the system that the city has decided to use?
This is an industry standard, and I can ask Ms. Johnson
Yes.
to speak to this again.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson,
Yeah, sure. What was the specific question?
their question is, or Mr. Woodson, would you like to reiterate? your
Yes, the question is this, the system that, the GIS system that you use, is that a required system by the code itself, or is what has been established by the city as to being the most efficient way to do it?
I don't think I'm the person to know the code in that level of detail. My responsibilities are really just to carry out the data management and analysis tasks, but that is the industry standard for geospatial tasks for data analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. That was my question. It is the industry standard. And under the code, the health department is allowed to make that decision to use the mapping system. And the mapping system is based on the water parcel lines.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does anyone else have anything?
I have one question, if I may. Reference to the water parcel lines, and I apologize for my ignorance. Can you enlighten me just a little bit about, when I think of water parcels, I think of things that are buried, that can't be seen. And is there something else with regard to water parcel lines being used?
I'm
How
not
does the
su-
property know how to measure his property if we're talking about lines that are invisible? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman Woodson, who is Mr. Sprang directing this question to? I don't even know.
I guess to you, if I may, that's a little bit unorthodox.
Well,
but if
no,
I-
I'm going to overrule that, Mr. Spring. That's, I'm not, don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do though is ask if there's no additional questions to the either side. Mr. Spring, I'd like you to have some final argument if you have any. Then I'll ask Ms. Costello and then we'll move to the vote. Mr. Spring?
Okay, Mr. Thomas again has applied for the use permit to use the backyard, the hookah lounge, seeking to comply with all the regulations and be in full compliance. Of course, has been denied. We are told that the school is less than 500 feet from the property, based on the technology that was explained earlier. However, Mr. Thomas himself went out and measured that distance physically, and finds that it's closer to 1,500 feet than 500 feet or any lesser number. On that basis, it seems to me that we're in full compliance. I have some real concerns on this issue. If we're talking about these things being measured from water lines to any measure that's invisible, that an owner of property can't really tell where the property is located or how it's been measured, that's I think raises some other kinds of issues. And I think if you measure from the brick and mortar location to the brick and mortar, or to the land, it has to be the land of the school, that should be recognized and accepted as the actual measure. The other thing I would add is that when the original rejection was provided, it appeared that it was saying, look, you need this license to sell tobacco to the hookah lounge, and that of course is a problem that's easily resolved. But now we're talking about this 500-foot distance, which seems to be another issue. So our position is that he is in compliance, and that if there's no firsthand evidence to the contrary, it's done by some technological measure that shouldn't stand and be in contrast to his live testimony of what he measured.
Thank you. Ms. Costello?
Chairman Woodson, all of these maps are publicly available on the city's website. At any time, the appellant could have looked this up prior to the hearing or prior to applying for this license. The Philadelphia Health Department is fully empowered to make these regulations. The regulation that they has made is that if a business wants to sell tobacco products, it cannot be within 500 feet of a school zone. The 500 feet is determined from each point of the stormwater parcel lines. These lines are also readily available on the city's websites. We heard from Nikisha Johnson, who works for the health department. She prepares these maps. She prepared a map that showed that from the corner of the stormwater parcel line of 190105 Buckus Street to the corner of the stormwater parcel line of Mariana Brassetti Academy, it's 203.72 feet, which is under the 500-foot requirement. The appellant's basis for measurement could not be clearly described. He is not an expert in this field. It wasn't clear even how he walked from his property to the academy. And based on those facts, we would ask for a city affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. We will then call the vote on HA-2021-001217, Roger Thomas, 1901-05 Buckiest Street, City of Fern. Mr. Tennant, you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Tennant. While Mr. Tennant is working on this technology.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Okay, and just for a moment, Mr. Wade, Mr. Keeley, can we take care of Mr. Tennant for a moment? We're going to hold the vote open until we can resolve this.
Mr. Chairman. can I
City
add some-
affirmed. City
All right, thank
affirmed.
you.
My apologies, my technology. City affirmed.
Okay, thank you. It's a unanimous vote, city affirmed. Mr. Sprang, that's the position of the board. You, of course, can appeal our decision and, of course, to come and please. Thank you very much for your participation and your attention to this matter. Have a good day. Okay. Let's move on.
That brings us to case number 3, hearing appeal number HA 2021-002-612, 2708 Alex Inc., 2708 West Allegheny Ave.
Hi, Roger.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay,
Good afternoon, Mr. Woodson, Jake Griffin, representing both of those parties.
okay, thank you very much, Mr. Griffin. Okay, we will have the city proceed first. Do you have any witnesses, Ms. Skiles?
Yes, I have one witness, Miss Jody Wilkins.
If I may, which one are we doing first?
Number 3, which is 2701 West Allegheny Avenue.
2708.
2708.
2708.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Miss Jody Watkins,
Wilkins.
Wilkins, please unmute yourself so that you may be sworn.
Okay,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down, Ms. Skiles.
Yes, okay, Miss Wilkins. What is your current position?
I'm a sanitarian supervisor with the City of Philadelphia Health Department.
Okay, and how long have you been acting in that role?
Over 12 years.
Okay, and are you familiar with 2701 West Allegheny Avenue and the defendant 2708? I apologize, it was 2708 West Allegheny Avenue and the defendant 2708 Alex Inc.
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the appellant here?
We oversee the tobacco retailer permit approvals and denials for the city. And this business was denied their permit for 2020 for sales of tobacco to minors.
Okay, and with the board's permission, I will now share my screen.
Okay, please.
Okay, Miss Wilkins, can you see what is marked as Government Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And what is this document that we're looking at?
This is the document that tells the business that they were denied for their 2020 permit dated December 27, 2019 for due to tobacco violations for sale of tobacco to minors.
Okay, and does this letter also cite all of the violations that led to the refusal to renew the tobacco permit?
That's correct.
Okay, and would you mind reading the date of those violations and the violation that was incurred on that date?
So that's February the 14th, 2018 was a sale of tobacco without ID. May the 17th, 2018, sale to a minor. 3/11/2019, sale without ID. 4/19/2019, sale tobacco to minor. 5/20/19, or to sell tobacco without ID. June the 28th, 2019, sell without ID. And December the 10th, 2019, sell to minor.
Okay. And moving on to the Government Exhibit 2, what is this document that we're looking at?
She
There's
read the
actually-
last date wrong.
What'd you say?
The last date
apologize.
should have been 10/10/2019. And
Yeah,
that's
I
not what she read.
Oh, I apologize. I misread that. I'm sorry. So 10/10/2019, sell tobacco to minor.
Okay. And moving on to Government Exhibit 2, what is this document that we're looking at?
That's an actual ticket that was done on February the 14th of 2018.
Okay.
And that was a tobacco seller minor.
And scrolling through, Government Exhibit 2 would be the collection of tickets that were listed in the letter that you wrote to the appellant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe I'll just finish scrolling through. When these tickets are issued, does the appellant have the opportunity to appeal these individual tickets?
Yes, they do. On the back of each ticket, it states how to appeal or how to pay. And so that they have the option to do so, whatever they choose.
And in this case, did the appellant appeal any of these tickets that were issued?
Not to our knowledge here, it was paid without a hearing. They
Okay,
were all
so
paid.
if I scroll up to City Exhibit 1, I apologize. All of these tickets listed here were paid without an appeal being asked for.
Correct.
Okay. And that, I believe that is all I have at this time for Ms. Wilkins.
Okay, thank you.
No,
Uh,
stop sharing. my
Mr.
screen.
Griffin, do you have any cross?
I sure do. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilkins.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Wilkins, I wanted to just sort of clarify some things here. Your role in this process and in testifying is essentially you are a custodian of these records. Am I correct?
That's a part of my job to keep the records, yes.
Okay. But for instance, the issuance of each citation was not done by you, correct?
I'll object to relevance.
Well, it gets to the whole due
Well, let me ask
process
the
of this.
Mr. Griffin, let me ask you this question. Are you referring to the actual physical writing of the ticket? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I'm referring to who issued each and every one of those citations, and the point being that that person, that officer who issued that was not Ms. Wilkins. Am I correct?
Okay, well, let's do this. Let me rule on the objection. Based on that question, Ms. Skiles, I will overrule the objection and ask Ms. Wilkins to answer.
Yeah, so each ticket is written by different staff members that I oversaw at the time that the tickets were issued. So they were employees that I employed. So they were assigned to go to the store once I received the violations through our undercover buyers and health promotion council. And I assigned them to my staff, and they were the ones that wrote the tickets, yes.
So the actual violation itself and the reasoning behind it, you don't know because you were not the officer who went out and issued that ticket, correct?
Again, I'm going to renew my objection to relevance. The opportunity to challenge the ticket, that appeal process is already, these were not appealed. Any challenge or questions about the individual CVNs issued, this is not the basis of the hearing. We're here just to discuss whether or not those tickets were issued and issued to the appropriate party, and that they had notice of those tickets, and that has been established as they have paid all of those tickets. Any challenge or questions about the individual tickets, an appeal should have been taken to OAR at the appropriate time.
Mr. Woodson, if I may
Yes.
respond, this is not a rubber stamp proceeding before this board. This board is to hear this matter and determine either new evidence or what have you. It's just not a rubber stamp.
Mr.
and I'm
Griffin,
gonna-
yes, I hear you. I understand, and I will give you some leeway in terms of
Okay.
the questions that you pose, understanding the argument that Ms. Skiles has presented. One additional matter you must understand, though, is that on the back of that ticket is a procedure for appeal. And if your client did not appeal those tickets and paid the fines, that's an
Okay.
admission of guilt. And once you admit guilt, that goes to the whether or not they violated the ordinance and whether they should receive a official license.
And I recognize that. so I will stay within my bounds. So
And
Ms.
I
Wilkins,
also, just one additional thing, I'd ask that you be fairly brief so that we can get through this, because there are some things that have already been established based on the facts.
understood. Ms. Wilkins, what I'm suggesting is you had said that these tickets were already paid. Is that correct?
Correct,
And they were paid without a hearing. Is that correct?
correct.
What evidence has been submitted to your knowledge to prove that?
Repeat the question?
Okay, the city through Ms. Skiles has submitted an exhibit or a number of exhibits consisting of what you have just reviewed. You follow me?
Right.
Would you agree that when you looked at that group of tickets and citations, it does not indicate there that those tickets were paid without requesting a hearing or an admission by the individual? Would you agree with me?
Oh, I agree. Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so when you say that they were paid and admitted to without a hearing, you're basing that on some review of a record that is not in this particular evidence as we speak. Am I correct?
Oh, I understand what you're saying now. So the how we know that they were paid or what the status of the disposition of the tickets were generated through the Office of Administrative Review. We confer with them before we issue the denial, so we know what the disposition of the tickets were before to issue the denial. We have to refer back to the body who oversees the after we write the tickets, oversees the collection of the fees. So
Okay.
the Office of Administrative Review was the one that we confer with prior to submitting the denial to the retailer. And that's how we know what happened through the Office of Administrative Review.
Okay, but before this board, as we speak right now, we do not have evidence. Am I correct? We do not have evidence in writing that this particular individual did not contest the ticket and paid it and admitted. We do not have that present. Am I correct?
I'm going to object. I mean, that was
Sustained.
testified to.
Ms. Skiles, that's sustained. Ms. Griffin, would you move on, please?
Well,
Because
what I'm
the-
trying to establish, Mr.
You-
Woodson, I understand, but what I'm trying to establish is the fact that we may be being told that, but there is not anything in evidence to show. There isn't a written waiver. There isn't anything of the sort that shows that. And I will stop with this. Ms. Wilkins, am I correct in what I am saying?
If you're looking at based on what Ms. Stiles showed me and I reviewed over this meeting here, there was not an indication of the documents that she provided that I read or saw in the document that explains the disposition of the ticket. However, we do have evidence of that. I would not be speaking out of turn. So it was communicated through the Office of Administrative Review what the disposition of every ticket was. I have that documentation right here. I'm looking at it right now.
Can you tell me why that would not be submitted as part of your record?
But Mr. Griffin, Mr. Griffin,
I can't.
but before you answer that, Ms. Wilkins, Mr. Griffin, it's easy enough for you to establish with your client whether they paid it or not. So we don't have to jump through these hoops. But hear me out. Hear me out. And I want this to end. You don't have to. What we don't have. What we did not have submitted into the record, and you're absolutely correct, is a statement from the appeal board that in fact this matter was not appealed. We do not have such a statement submitted. However, we do have testimony from Ms. Wilkins, who's representing the department, and you can attempt to impeach her testimony if you choose. And we also have your client, and if they will be brought to the stand as a witness, they will be questioned.
But Mr. Woodson, you are not, with all due respect, suggesting that I am carrying some burden to prove that the matter was appealed or not appealed. You would agree with me?
No,
that
I'm not
this is
agreeing with
some-
you because you are repealing the decision already made. And so you're trying to prove in
I-
fact that your client should not be treated in a certain fashion.
No,
But it is not between the two of us to argue. What I'd like you to do is to move on in your questioning of Ms. Griffin, Ms. Wilkins, my apologies. And then you can present your case.
Okay, so Ms. Wilkins, each ticket, okay, you have information that wasn't appealed, but that information, and I will finish with this, is not currently in this record, assuming Ms. Skiles moves to admit those particular documents. Am I correct?
And I'll object to the characterization. It is in the record through testimony that these tickets were all paid without a hearing.
Okay, so then I guess what I'll amend it is, there is nothing, Ms. Wilkins, assuming Ms. Skiles moves to admit these records, and I can advise there will be no objection on my behalf. There is nothing in those records that will in writing suggest that this particular individual did not appeal those tickets and just paid them without a hearing. Am I correct on that?
It has been established that it's not in her packet. So if that's what you're getting to, we have already established that that's not included. But
Okay.
as stated before, I've already testified to the fact that we have knowledge of the fact that they were paid without a hearing.
And that knowledge is from what, you looking at records or speaking to somebody?
As I stated before, the Office of Administrative Review is who we contact in order to find out what the disposition of the tickets are to determine, make the determination whether a business will be denied their permit. It has been contacted. Office of Administrative Review has been contacted, and they have affirmed that the business paid all their tickets without a hearing, and therefore they admitted the guilt, and therefore the decision to deny the permit was based on their violations and by their violations alone.
Have they ever sent you anything in writing, or is this a verbal contact with you?
I'll object to relevance. We've covered the fact
Mr.
that
Griffin, I suspect that will be, I'm sustaining that objection and ask you to move on, please.
Understood. I have no further questions of Ms. Wilkins.
Thank you. Ms. Skiles, do you have additional witnesses?
no additional witnesses. I would just ask that the city exhibits 1 and 2 be moved into the record.
Okay, so move. Okay, thank you. Mr. Griffin, your turn.
I have no objection to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodson, something just sort of quickly developed that I just need just a brief moment to speak with my client. I don't want to hold up the proceedings. If you wanted to move to another one and then come right back to me.
No.
But I do need,
Well, wait,
do need to speak with
well,
her
let's
about an
do-
issue.
Okay, but let's do this, Mr. Griffin. This is not normally done. But if you need to confer with your client, I will give it is now 2:20 p.m. I will give you to 2:25. We'll
So
go
I
off the
need-
record for 3 minutes.
That's all I need. Thank
Okay.
you.
We'll go off the record for 3 minutes, Miss Rob. When you're prepared, Miss Rob, please give me the thumbs up. Thank you very much. We're back on the record. It's now 2:25 p.m. Mr. Griffin, you prepared to put on your case?
Yes, I've spoken to my client and we would not be presenting testimony.
Okay, thank you. Well, then we will move to any final argument, and Mr. Griffin, you will start, and Ms. Skiles, you will complete. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Woodson, you've only heard several thousand of these matters, and I understand the testimony of Ms. Wilkins. But now what we're talking about, and I understand. it is
Mr. Griffin,
admissible-
no. If you're going to make a final legal argument, please do that. If that is not what you're going to do, then let's give Ms. Skiles the floor.
I thought I was in the process of doing that.
I didn't sound that way to me, so I'd like you to do that. Thank you.
Well, I believe and respectfully, there is not sufficient evidence in this record to show that these tickets were paid for without the person requesting a hearing. We have testimony from Ms. Wilkins, which is, and I understand it is limited and permitted in some respects, but it's hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay. There is not a clear written record based upon the documents that have been submitted to sustain the tickets in this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Skiles?
Yes, I think the facts here are very clear and in fact uncontested, as there's been no opposing testimony. There were a number of violations issued to this location, a number of tickets issued, and the testimony is uncontradicted that all of those tickets were paid without a hearing, and that those violations do stand. So the Department of Health was correct in denying the tobacco permit renewal, and we would be asking for a city affirm today based on that evidence.
Okay, thank you very much. We then now poll the board regarding HA-2021-002612, 2708 Alex Inc., 2708 West Allegheny Avenue. City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you very much. The vote is a unanimous city affirm. Mr. Griffin, as you know, you can appeal this decision to the Court of Common Pleas. Thank you very much for your vigorous participation in today's hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let us move on to the next matter.
Case number 4, hearing appeal number HA 2021-002613, GAN Inc., 1700 West Allegheny Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Giles, do you have any witnesses today?
Yes, once again, it will be Miss Jody Wilkins.
Jody Wilkins, okay. And Mr. Griffin, you're representing the appellant in this matter, correct?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilkins, if you would present yourself and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Skiles?
Okay, Miss Wilkins, once again, where are you currently employed?
I am a sanitarian supervisor with the City of Philadelphia Health Department.
And how long have you been performing this role?
Over 12 years.
Okay. And are you familiar with 1700 West Allegheny Avenue and the appellant GAN Inc.?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with the appellant?
We had went on a review their tobacco retailer permit application for the year of 2020, and they were denied due to youth sales.
Okay. And now with the board's permission, I will share my screen.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Wilkins, can you see what has been marked as Government Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is this document?
This is the denial letter dated December 27, 2019 for the tobacco retailer permit for 2020 for GAN Inc. That they were going to be denied due to selling tobacco to minors 3 times in 2 years.
Okay. And it also cites the date of those violations and what the violation was for?
Yes.
And if you could read into the record what the dates of violations were for this appellant.
Sure. June the 29th, 2018, sell to minor. Then 12/13, 2018, sell to minor. And 4/19/19, sell without ID.
Okay. And moving on to City Exhibit 2, can you see this document?
Yes, this is one of the tickets that we issued for the sale of tobacco to a minor on June 29th, 2018.
Okay. And these 2 documents that we're looking at?
These are what tickets were issued for 12/13, 2018 for the sale of tobacco to a minor and one without ID.
Okay. And then these 2 documents?
These are tickets that were issued on 4/19/19 for the sale of tobacco to a minor and one without ID.
Okay. And these tickets that were issued, they would have information including an opportunity to appeal these tickets?
That's correct.
Okay, and as part of your review in issuing that denial letter, did you review whether or not these tickets had been appealed?
Yes, we did.
And were any, and I will stop sharing my screen at this time, were any of the tickets appealed for, did this appellant Gann Inc. appeal any of these tickets?
Yes, one was appealed, which was for 1919. They were found liable and then they paid. So,
Okay, and the
that
other,
was it.
the other two tickets, were those appealed
No, they were paid without a hearing.
without a hearing? Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Wilkins at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Griffin, you have any cross?
I do not.
Okay, no cross. All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Skiles, do you have any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses. I would just ask to move city exhibits 1 and 2 into the record.
Okay, so moved. Any objection, Mr. Griffin?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All righty, Ms. Griffin, any witnesses to present today?
I would present Mr. Tang, the owner of the business.
Okay. Mr. Tang present?
Yes. I believe he is under Lang's iPhone.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Tang, how are you spelling your last name, sir?
Tang, T-A-I-N-G.
T-A-I-N-G?
T-A-I-N-G, yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Okay.
Your right, the other
All
hand.
right. Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Place your hand down. Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Tang, you were in receipt of the various tickets and citations, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your instance, did you happen to appeal or request a hearing in these tickets?
I did for the last one. The first one I didn't because it was delivered to me like way past my recording on my DVR. So I didn't have no physical evidence to show in the hearing. So I just paid it because it's useless to go to a hearing without any evidence.
Okay, so kind of clarify that for me as well. So you would receive a citation, a tobacco citation in particular, but you did not receive that very, very close to the time of the alleged incident. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when would you receive, or when did you receive these citations?
The first one I received like middle of July because the person dropped it off told me that I checked the ID, but I still served it to them anyways, which I didn't understand that part, but it was like a way past my DVR recording time.
Mr. Griffin, do you have dates for these receipt of these documents?
I'm going to get to that. So, Mr.
Okay.
Tang, let's go through if we can. You're talking about the different tickets and stuff, and you were also talking about dates. Can you supply them for us? Do you have that in front of you?
I should. Let me see.
I can get you there if for whatever reason you don't have that in front of you.
Yeah, if you have it, it's better if you provide it because I'm gonna have to look through mine.
Okay, there's a date on the citation, notice of allegation, I'll call it 6/29/18.
Yes.
Do you recall when you received that?
It was towards the end of July, around the 20th something.
I'll
Okay.
object to relevance at this time. The appellant has admitted paying the first 2 violations. So any further testimony on the matter, I think, is irrelevant for the purposes of this hearing.
Okay, so noted. I'll overrule that. I'd like to hear the dates.
Okay.
But
Sir?
around dates doesn't work for me. I need to know specifically
Okay.
when he got it and how he
Mr.
received it.
Tang, on the citation, dated 6/29/18. Can you tell us when did you actually receive this citation? That you were either hand delivered or picked it up in some
It was,
fashion.
it was hand delivered. The date it shows that it was delivered on 7/12 of that year, 2018 it was. It wasn't, because that's my birthday actually, and I knew that it wasn't delivered that day. And also so I received it like maybe around, I'm not too sure, like July 21st or something like that.
Wait, I'm confused. That answer is confusing. What's the 7/12 date that he's referencing?
That's the date on the ticket. That's the date they said they dropped off the ticket. But
Okay.
I didn't receive it that day.
Mr. Woodson, that's the date that the citation indicates that the hearing officer dropped it off to him. His testimony is that that's his birthday, and he knows it did not occur that date, but believes it occurred around 7/21/18.
And
Okay,
I'm gonna
all right.
renew my objection to relevance for this hearing. The appropriate forum to have challenged this ticket and the date it was issued would have been to have taken an appeal before the Office of Administrative Review, which was not done in this case.
Okay,
And
so
if-
noted.
So, Mr. Woodson, just so you know, if the reasoning for an appeal not being taken is because there is surveillance footage that these businesses have, but you now go beyond the surveillance footage, that's why something is not taken, because of the delay in the processing of this ticket. It takes away the ability of this individual and others to bring proof to a hearing. You follow me?
Understood, except that argument is the argument for the Administrative Appeal Board, more specifically.
I
Understood.
understood where you're talking about. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Tang, with Mr. Woodson's understanding and how this is being processed, would it be your testimony that on each and every one of these tickets, you did not receive them in a timely fashion for your
Yeah,
surveillance to accurately record
Yes.
that particular date and event? Am I correct?
Yes, the second one was dropped off past my DVR also, but the third one, they dropped it off in time, so I had the footage on my DVR. So I took
Okay.
the recording and I filed an appeal. So when I went to the,
On that particular one.
yes. So I went to the appeal and I showed them the footage, 30 minutes of nobody coming in that's bought a tobacco at that time, and I showed it to them, and he looked at it and he said there was nobody, but he said he'll throw away one ticket and I had to pay for one ticket. So I said, will that affect my licensee? He said it shouldn't, because he threw out one ticket. So I've just paid
Okay.
for one. But then I didn't know that until afterward, when they sent me a letter of denial, that I find out it did affect my licensee.
Okay,
Well,
so
What does
So let me
throwing away the ticket mean? Because that doesn't appear to be what happened.
Mr. Chair.
The
What
second
ticket
one,
is
you can
he
see that I
talking-
only paid for one ticket. I didn't pay for
Okay.
the second one.
Okay,
Excuse me,
just one
Mr.
second.
Chair, what,
Yes, sir.
what ticket is he talking about? What
Yeah, give
ticket
us
number?
dates.
What
Yeah, what you doing? A, B.
citation?
For
What-
the 419, I think was it 41919? The third one.
4/19/19? Oh, that'll be the fourth one.
No, I only received three
Uh,
tickets.
And you got, and
Under-
from
under
looking at-
government
looking
exhibit-
at the records, it looks like you have two on that date. Which one are you talking about?
Because they always cite you two tickets, one for sound minor and the one for not checking IDs. It goes together.
So which one are you talking about? Excuse me, that they threw out?
When I went to the hearing for the third one, he said he would throw out one ticket, because I showed him a video that shows nobody came in to purchase
Okay,
tobacco at that time.
I understand what you're saying. I'm
Yes.
looking at both of the tickets,
Okay.
trying to find out which ticket was thrown out. Like you testified, there were two. One for tobacco sales to minor and one for tobacco sales without ID.
He said he threw out the one with no sale to minors. I'll just get cited for not checking ID.
Okay.
Excuse me, excuse me.
Yes.
do we have a record of that anywhere?
Okay, that's what we're getting to. I think there are two matters. One, each incident has 2 tickets per incident. So on the 19th, that's 1 incident for 2 separate tickets written because of the way the code is set up. And that's the other thing, Mr. Griffin, does your client have any written decision from the board?
No, they never get any decision. They just tell you right there what you have to do, and then just pay it. That's it.
Yeah, we do not have that, Mr. Woodson.
Okay. Mr. Washington, I think that's the answer. He didn't get anything in writing at the hearing.
Yeah,
Okay.
Daniel. I'm on the Zoom right now. You see me?
Pardon me, sir. Are you part of this
Okay,
case?
so, I don't know, what
Please,
I have to
please,
do. Just wait.
please mute that individual, Mr. Chang
I'm sorry?
Ho Kim. Okay, thank you. My apologies to everyone else. Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Tang, you have a checker for when a minor comes in. You have a procedure that you do every time someone comes in. Is that correct?
Yes, we have an ID scanner
Okay, and how long have you had that?
since we opened.
And how long has that been?
2016.
Okay, and you also mentioned about surveillance camera footage and how it overwrites itself over a period of time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how long is your surveillance camera footage in existence?
The old
Objection to
system.
relevance.
Noted. So overruled. Please proceed.
The old system I had only recorded like 5 to 6 days the most. So once they dropped it off past over a week, I don't have the footage anymore.
So to answer my question, your camera system will record 7 consecutive days of surveillance, but let's say on the 8th day, it starts to overwrite itself, correct?
Yes, you can say that.
Okay. And if a ticket is presented to you beyond that 7-day period, is it true that you no longer have the ability to go back and check for that specific time frame on when it is alleged that you sold to a minor?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examine, Ms. Skiles?
Excuse me,
Just
I have a question.
Well, wait, Mr. Washington, just one moment. Just want to, Ms. Skiles, get her cross out, then we can come in afterwards, okay? All right, thank you. Ms. Skiles?
Yes, so it's your testimony that on your appeal hearing for the April 19th, 2019 tickets, the Office of Administrative Review still found you liable for one of the tickets and you paid that ticket.
Yes.
Okay. I've no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Washington?
Yes, this real quick. I noticed that the appellant keeps mentioning this recording system. I haven't seen any proof of it, that it even ever exists. I was looking at the records that he has submitted with the ID checker. I don't even know whether that's his. So I'm just curious with him keep mentioning this here system. I need something that shows me that there's a system that he's using as his reason for why I couldn't have.
And let me clarify that, Mr. Washington, if I can. Mr. Tang, and I can move for the introduction of that. There may be an objection from Ms. Skiles on certain parts. I think she had an objection on the other matter, but perhaps not on these records. But in those records are your scanner for if an individual comes in and how you check it. Is that correct?
Correct.
What I believe Mr. Washington is referring to, and if I'm correct, I don't believe we will have anything other than your testimony, but you have a surveillance camera system in place. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, am I correct? We don't have evidence or okay, so just tell me what you're doing right now.
This is my ID scanner.
And I'm going to object any we don't know. In the photographic evidence, the date on the ID scanner is, I don't even think there's a date, but, August 8th, 2022. We don't know if he had this scanner at the time the violations occurred.
Well,
They occurred in
I'll ask him,
2019.
but Amy, I think that was presented. Mr. Tang,
Mr. Griffin,
scanners-
Mr.
yes.
Griffin, just for a note of procedure, is Ms. Skiles? Please.
Oh,
As
yes.
we reference-
I would
as-
just
No.
object.
You misunderstanding. I'm asking that Mr. Griffin and all of us, we will remain professional and address each other by our last names.
Oh,
My apologies.
I would just object to the introduction of the photograph and the scanner just based on relevance. The date on the scanner is August 8th, 2022. The scanner, I just don't think is relevant to the issuing of the tickets. We don't know if they were using it at the time of the violations in 2019, and I don't think it's relevant for the purposes of today's hearing.
Well,
So noted. Let's do this. Mr. Griffin, I think Ms. Skiles' objection is noted and sustained. But we were trying to respond to a question posed by Mr. Washington.
Yeah,
which
and I
is-
will get to that.
Yes,
Mr. Tang, you would have, and you do have in place surveillance footage, is that correct?
My surveillance footage is on my old phone. I lost that phone, so I don't have it on any other place.
But there is surveillance footage at your store, am I correct?
At my store?
Well,
I mean, you're
there's
talking about,
surveillance-
do I have a surveillance camera system?
Yes,
Yes, I have that in
And-
place,
and-
yes.
and you have had that for how long?
Since I opened, 2016.
Okay,
Mr.
And
Chair,
what I'm
Mr.
saying
Chair,
is-
Mr. Chair, he answered the question. He said he had it on his own phone. He don't have any of the surveillance, any of the surveillance back that time. So it seemed to me that it was asked and answered.
okay. I think you've
Well-
provided the information for the board member, which is what we were attempting to do. So I think that's been answered, Mr. Griffin.
very well.
But if you have any redirect of your client, you may ask and do that if you feel that's appropriate.
I will just follow up on one question from
Okay.
Board Member Washington, and then I will finish up this area. So, Mr. Tang, in reference to what Mr. Washington would have been asking, hypothetically, if you were issued a citation, let's say, for activity that happened last week, and you got that citation today within your 7-day window, would you be able to go back to that specific time as to when that allegation occurred? Am I right?
Yes, with my new system now, I have enough space to go back 2 weeks. So the previous one, I didn't.
Okay, but if that would have been done hypothetically within your time frame, you could go back to, and I'm going to make this up, January 2nd, 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, and you can focus in on that time period when that allegation was made. Is that correct?
Yes,
And in this instance, and in these tickets, you did not and could not do that because the citations came after the expiration of when your surveillance would be overridden. Am I correct?
correct.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Skiles, do you have any additional questions?
No, nothing further.
Okay. Any board members, anyone else have any questions? If not, Mr. Griffin, you give us your closing statements. And Ms.
Just,
Skiles?
Mr. Woodson, if I may, by way of cleanup, and Mr. Washington referenced this, Ms. Skiles, do you have any objection to the exhibits that were put in?
No objection.
Okay, so I would move for those exhibits, and then Mr. Woodson, if you will allow me argument.
So moved. So
Okay.
if you could offer your closing argument, that would be helpful.
So Mr. Woodson, again, and I understand the bounds of these arguments and what your role is and specifically what your role is not. But when tickets are issued to an individual or a business, there is an easy way to go back and track that through their surveillance camera system. when tickets arrive beyond a certain period of time, there is really no ability to defend that other than one's word against another's word. And what the city is doing, and what Ms. Wilkins does through her program, is they take a miner's affidavit and they take the word of the miner that, yes, I was in there on January 2nd at 2:30, and this is what occurred. And by delaying that process and delaying the service of these tickets for whatever the reason, and I'm not suggesting it's a nefarious reason, but the reality is that when that occurs, we're put in this situation where some of these tickets become indefensible from a proof standpoint. And again, consistent with Ms. Wilkins' testimony, I do not believe there has been sufficient proof to sustain these tickets.
Thank you. Ms. Giles?
Yes, we're just asking for a city affirm today. There has been a testimony from both the appellant and Ms. Wilkins that at least 2 of the tickets were not contested, not appealed, and paid without a hearing. The reason that they were not appealed is just irrelevant at this point. The third ticket was appealed, and the appellant was found liable for one more violation before the OAR and paid that ticket. So the health department was completely correct in not renewing the appellant's tobacco license in 2020. So we would just be seeking a city affirm today based on all of the evidence presented before the board.
Thank you very much. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2021-002613, GAN Inc., 1700 West Allegheny Avenue. City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you. Unanimous vote, city affirm. As previously noted, Mr. Griffin, you and your client have the ability to appeal the decision of this board. Call to come and please. Thank you very much for your participation.
I be excused. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's move on.
Chairman, that brings us to case number 6. It was mentioned previously, there was a continuance request, but I don't believe it was read into the record.
Oh, okay. All right. Would you read that into the record then, please?
Case number 6, hearing appeal number HA 2022 000323. Angad Singh, 2101 South 11th Street.
Well, that matter is being continued.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And let's move on to 7.
Case number 7, hearing appeal number HA 2022 000641. Melvin D. La Rosa, 3101 North Front Street. And I believe there's a Spanish interpreter present.
Okay. And is there, who's representing the city in this matter?
Thank you. May it please the board, Leonard F. Reuter, Senior Attorney, City of Philadelphia. And I will have one witness to present, Ms. Jody Wilkins. We did not submit additional documents into the record previously because they're exactly the same documents that the appellant has already attached. We might have some cleaner copies, but that's it.
Okay.
So I believe the appellant is represented by counsel, but as a preliminary matter, I would like to just ask for some clarification from, I believe it's Mr. Meha.
Yes, Mr. Mehi, yes.
Actually, Mr. Rudder, I think if we have an interpreter, I need to get the interpreter on board
sure.
before we
Sorry,
begin
yeah.
asking. Who is the interpreter, Spanish interpreter in this matter?
That would be me, sir.
You just spell and pronounce your last name, please.
Yes, of course. My name is Leonel, and my first name is Leonel. Last name is Gillen, spelled as in Guillen.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gillen. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English the proceedings in this matter?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, have you had an opportunity to speak with the appellant?
No, I have not had the opportunity.
Okay, Mr. De La Rosa, I'm sorry, Mr. Who's the attorney for this, for the appellant?
Shouty Mejia.
Mejia. Okay, Mr. Mejia, good afternoon. Is your client present and on the screen?
Yes, he is, Mr. Woodson. Let me see, I'm sifting. He's
he-
under
Samsung?
Samsung SM-N986U, yes.
Ask him
Okay.
to identify himself so we can have the two of them connect. Mr. Gillen, would you call his name, please? Ask him.
Could you repeat his name, please?
Okay,
Do you want me to ask, Mr. Woodson?
yes.
Okay, no worries. Mr. De La Rosa, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Señor de la Rosa, ¿puede decir su nombre, por favor, y deletrear su apellido?
Oh, Melvin de la Rosa Sánchez.
All right, thank you. Now, what we'd like to do in these matters is have the interpretation happen simultaneously. And so if you could mute yourself, Mr. Gillian, or have Mr. De La Rosa mute himself so that you can, and actually that's probably a better way, to have Mr. De La Rosa mute himself so that you will speak on his behalf. And Mr. De La Rosa will have to speak to you in all responses, and you will speak to us in English. So if you could share that with him.
Yes. Señor de la Rosa, entonces lo que va a suceder es que cuando usted hable, me va a hablar directamente a mí.
Correcto.
Después se va a poner en mute, o sea, para que no se escuche nada más, y yo voy a hablar de parte suya, ¿está bien? En inglés.
And so I'm asking all the rest of the councils, Mr. Ryder and Mr. Major, if in fact you just be patient and just wait for the time delay that'll be necessary for Mr. Gillian to provide a response in English and to make a statement in Spanish.
Sure. I would just point out though, if they're going to do that some way, it appears that Mr. De La Rosa is on his phone, so he'd have to have a separate line to be able to contact Mr. Gillen. If he's muted here, he's muted for Mr. Gillen as well, unless he's using a separate phone.
Yes.
That's true, but we can do this. We can try and do this as smoothly as possible. I could do that. We could do it a consecutive way, and I can do it really quickly.
Well, ask Mr. De La Rosa if he has a separate phone that you can call him on, that he can listen to the proceedings on.
Señor de la Rosa, ¿usted tiene algún teléfono adicional que usted pueda, con el cual usted pueda escuchar el procedimiento para hablar directamente conmigo? ¿O solamente tiene este?
Es solamente este.
I only have this one.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rudder, you pointed out a flaw in our system. So what we will need to do is just be patient for Mr. De La Rosa to hear the statements in Spanish and the English response, okay?
So that, and yeah, it is what it is. I do have one preliminary question to raise, and I think it's okay, but the licensee in this instance is Andrew Incorporated, and the appeal is Melvin De La Rosa. So I just need to know if what Mr. De La Rosa's position is with respect to Andrew Inc. Is he an officer? Is he authorized to speak? That kind of for the corporation. And Mr. Mejia could answer that for me. That'd be fine.
Okay, but now, Ms. Gillen, we'll need you to make sure Mr. De La Rosa hears that statement in Spanish.
Muy bien, señor, entonces, señor de la Rosa, lo que queremos saber es que, ¿qué relación tiene usted con con Andrew Inc.? ¿Usted tiene autoridad para poder hablar en parte de esa corporación?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Mejia, if you could respond.
Yes, so Mr. De La Rosa is the owner / CEO president of Andrew Inc.
Mr. Gillen.
Muy bien, sí. Entonces, claro que sí, el señor de la Rosa es el propietario de Andrew Inc.
So with that, then I won't object to the appeal proceeding in Mr. De La Rosa's name, so long as it's understood that it is actually the corporation that's the licensee. And as the CEO, I think that, he could establish standing there, and because they are represented by counsel, I think it's just an administrative complication. I just wanted to clarify for the record, so I'm okay. We
Okay.
can proceed.
Muy bien, perfecto. No se va a hacer ninguna objeción, señor, de que usted es representante, usted es el dueño de la compañía y usted como CEO, usted va a poder representar a la compañía. En eso solo queríamos hacer esa aclaración.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rodder, please proceed. Call your
Sure.
first witness.
I would call Jody Wilkins as the city's first witness.
Okay,
Voy a llamar a Jody Wilkins, que es el testigo de la ciudad, el primer testigo de la ciudad.
Ms. Wilkins, if you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. But do you swear a firm testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Mr. Gillen, you got to keep up with us.
Oh, yes, okay, perfect, yes. Sí, perfecto. ¿Usted promete decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad? Sí, lo hago.
Correct.
Mr. Rodder?
Thank you. Ms. Wilkins, would you just tell the board what it is you do?
Muy bien.
Ay.
Señorita Wilkins, ¿nos puede decir a la Junta qué es lo que usted hace exactamente?
My name is Jody Wilkins. I'm a sanitarian supervisor with the City of Philadelphia Health Department.
Okay, and in the course and scope of your duties working for the health department,
He needs to interpret that to the appellant.
Hola, mi nombre es
Yes.
Jody Wilkins, soy una supervisora sanitaria para el Departamento de Salud de Filadelfia.
Okay. Mr. Rodder?
sorry. So, all right, let me repeat my next question, which to Ms. Wilkins, which is in the course and scope of your duties with the health department, what is your involvement when it comes to tobacco permits and renewals of tobacco permits?
Y en sus labores, dentro de sus labores, ¿cuáles, qué labores, en sus labores dentro de la parte del Departamento de Salud, qué involucramiento tiene usted con la elaboración de permisos y renovaciones de permisos de tabaco?
My role is to review tobacco permits as well as approve or deny them.
Mi trabajo es revisar los permisos de tabaco y aprobarlos o rechazarlos.
And in that line of work, have you did you become familiar with an application to renew a tobacco retailer permit for an establishment at 3101 North Front Street?
Muy bien, y durante esta línea de trabajo, ¿usted se familiarizó con una aplicación de renovación de permiso de tabaco para reventa para el establecimiento ubicado en 3101 Norte, la calle Norte?
Yes, I have.
Sí, lo hice.
Okay, and I'm going to show you a document. I'm going to share my screen, hopefully.
Voy a mostrar un documento, voy a compartir mi pantalla.
If you just give me a moment here.
Deme un momento.
Oh, that's not it. Sorry, I thought I had this lined up. Ah, there we go. Can you all see that?
¿Pueden ver todos?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now,
Could you magnify it just a bit, Mr. Rodder?
¿Puede magnificarlo, por favor?
Good
Señor
question.
Rodder, ¿puede
I think I'll have to,
incrementarlo?
sorry, I have to take out of the full screen and, all right, you can see that?
¿Pueden
Yes.
verlo?
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So, Ms. Wilkins, what are we looking at here?
¿Qué estamos viendo acá, señorita Wilkins?
This is a denial letter dated December 16th, 2021 for Andrew Inc. Due to selling tobacco to minors. There's several violations stated on the letter.
Okay.
Muy bien, lo que vemos acá es una carta de rechazo de la fecha de diciembre 16 de 2021 para Andrew Inc. Para la renovación de la licencia de reventa de tabaco por algunas violaciones que están puestas acá.
So is it the policy of the department that a renewal will be denied if they have 3 or more sales to minors violations within a 2-year period?
Muy bien, y es una política del departamento rechazar o denegar una licencia si tienen 3 o más violaciones con respecto a venta a menores en un periodo de 2 años.
Yes, that is correct.
Es correcto.
Okay, and in this particular instance, how many violations were there in the 24-month period preceding the renewal application?
Y en este instante particular, ¿cuántas violaciones hay? ¿Cuántos incidentes hay en un periodo de 24 meses previo a la renovación?
There were 3 separate violation dates.
Okay,
Hay 3 fechas distintas de incidentes.
and so there, how many sale to minor violations were issued within the 24-month period?
¿Y cuántas ventas a menores fueron reportadas en un periodo de 24 meses?
There were 3 individual times that tobacco sales to minors occurred.
Okay,
Hubieron
and then,
3 incidentes individuales de ventas a menores.
and how many times were there other violations issued that were considered youth tobacco sale violations?
¿Y hubieron otras violaciones que se consideraron venta de tabaco a menores?
If they also did not check ID, then that was also issued at the time that the violation occurred. Some of them did not have an ID issue, but they still sold to minors, and some were sold to minors and did not check ID.
Okay,
Muy bien, sí, de hecho, sí, si no se pide la identidad, generalmente se dan al mismo tiempo que la venta de menores. Hay algunos que no se les dio el ticket de revisión de identidad, pero hay otros que sí.
now with respect to the denial letter, even if there's an appeal taken to this board, are they permitted to continue selling tobacco while the appeal is pending?
Muy bien, y en cuanto al rechazo de esta carta, aún con la apelación en esta junta, ¿se le permite seguir vendiendo tabaco mientras está el proceso?
There's no permission granted for any retailer that has been denied a tobacco retailer permit during their appeal process. All tobacco has to cease at the time of the letters that's dated at the end of the letter.
Okay.
Muy bien, no hay un permiso que se le da. Toda venta, toda reventa todo permiso y reventa tiene que detenerse durante el proceso de apelación basándose en la fecha que aparece al final del documento.
Okay, and for the record, I believe I forgot to identify that previous document as Exhibit C1. So I'll just make that clear now.
Muy bien, solo para el récord, se me olvidó identificar este documento previo como exhibición C1.
Okay, so Ms. Wilkins, I'm going to draw your attention to the next exhibit, which we marked for identification purposes as C2.
Muy bien, señorita Wilkins, vamos a hablar quiero que ponga atención a este documento que vamos a marcarlo como exhibición C2.
So on the first page of that C2, what are we looking at here?
This is,
En la primera página, C2, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo acá?
This is a sell tobacco to a minor dated 2/27/2020.
Muy bien, este es venta de tabaco a un menor con la fecha de 2/27 del 2020.
Okay, and I'm going to the next page. Looks like there's 2 documents here. Well, can you identify those?
Esta página, estos son 2 documentos acá, ¿puede identificarlos?
Yes, these are 2 tickets, one for the sell tobacco without ID and one for the sell tobacco to a minor. And if you can scroll back up a minute, the dates was 11/12/2020.
11/12. Muy bien, entonces, sí, estos son dos tickets. Esto es por venta de tabaco. Uno por venta de tabaco a un menor sin pedir identidad y la otra por venta de tabaco. Y la fecha de estos son del 11/12 del 2020.
And I'm going on to the next page. Ms. Wilkins, can you identify this?
Esta es la siguiente página. ¿Puede identificar esto? Por favor.
This also tobacco sell to minor and tobacco sell without ID dated 5/10/21.
Y este también es por la venta de tabaco y venta de tabaco sin pedir identidad a un menor. Esta es con fecha de 5/10/21.
And what is the date of those?
¿Cuál es la fecha de
5/10.
esos?
5/10/21. Sorry.
5/10/21, la fecha.
And in the next page, what are we looking at this time?
Y esta página, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo acá?
This is a tobacco sale to minor dated 6/29/2021.
Y esta es una venta de tabaco menor con fecha de 6/29/21.
And I believe this is the last page. What are we looking at? In
Esta es la
this,
última página que estamos viendo acá.
This is tobacco sale to minor and tobacco sale without ID. And that was dated, I'm sorry, 8/25/2021.
Y estos son por venta de tabaco menor y venta de tabaco menor sin pedir identidad con fecha de 8/25/2021.
oh, sorry, there is no exhibit C3. That just got stuck on there.
Sí,
I
no,
will
no
stop.
hay exhibición C3, disculpe.
Now, Ms. Wilkins, to the best of your knowledge, were any of these code violation notices appealed to the Office of Administrative Review?
Muy bien, al mejor de su conocimiento, alguna de estas violaciones fue apelada para la oficina de revisión, la oficina administrativa de revisión.
Yes, so there's several violations here. So recorded based off the Office of Administrative Review. There were some hearings that were requested. And the one that was dated for 4/16/20, due to the fact that COVID had occurred, the Office of Administrative Review sent a letter out to the business to let them know that they were now going to be doing online hearings. And the company never responded to the 4/16/20 scheduled hearing, so that could not go on. So they wanted to let them know that now they will have to do it online, and that one was not responded to.
Now-
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sí, hubieron varias apelaciones acá, hay varias apelaciones acá que se metieron a la oficina administrativa de revisión. Ahora, se solicitó una audiencia, se le solicitó una fecha de audiencia y esta fue con el ticket que relacionado al 4/16/20, y esta la razón fue porque había ocurrido COVID. Entonces se le mandó una carta al establecimiento para decirles que las audiencias ahora serían en línea. La compañía no respondió a este mensaje del 4/16/20 para poder agendar la audiencia para la audiencia. Así que no hubo ninguna respuesta.
Now, Ms. Wilkins, is it part of the normal course of your duties, especially in dealing with tobacco permitting issues, that you would make a check or do research in order to determine whether an OAR appeal was filed, and if so, what the outcome was? Is that something you would regularly do for purposes of these appeals?
Ahora, es una parte normal de sus tareas, especialmente con cuestiones de permisos de tabaco, hacer revisiones o hacer investigación para determinar las apelaciones de la oficina de administración, de la revisión de oficinas administrativas, para ver cuál es el resultado de todo esto.
Yes, that is what part of my duties is. In the course of business, I do refer to the Office of Administrative Review to know what the status of and the disposition of tickets.
Okay.
Así es, esa es parte de mis labores, exactamente hacer esas labores y ver el estatus de cada disposición.
Okay. And as a result of the dispositions of the code violation notices for youth sales of tobacco, did the department have any discretion in denying the renewal of this license? I'm sorry, permit. Keep calling it a license.
Muy bien. Y en cuanto ¿hubo algún resultado de la disposición de parte de esta violación al código a venta de menores? ¿Hubo algún resultado acerca de del departamento por la cual se rechazó la renovación de este permiso.
So based on the evidence that we have gathered for the denial of the permit based on the research, even with the various status of tickets that ended up, whether they were filed for an appeal or paid for, the decision still rests that the permit was denied.
Sí, basado en evidencia recolectada, basado en toda la evidencia recolectada, basado en las investigaciones que se hicieron y independientemente del estatus de los tickets y ya sea que se hayan pagado o no, siempre se tomó la decisión de rechazar este permiso.
Okay. I have no further questions of Ms. Wilkins.
No tengo
Okay.
más preguntas, señorita Wilkins.
Okay, Mr. Mage, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Wilson. My first question for Ms. Wilkins is, do you have any proof, for example, any tracking or signature receipt for the letters that were sent regarding these appeal hearings?
Sí, tengo una pregunta, para la señorita Wilkins. ¿Usted tiene prueba o evidencia de registro, como de que se firmó, de recibido estas cartas que se enviaron?
That information is gathered by the Office of Administrative Review, and I do not have access to those particular records. I do not.
Esa información se recolecta por la Oficina Administrativa de Revisión y no tengo acceso a esa información.
And besides this one appeal that was mentioned for the 4/6/2020 hearing, do you have any knowledge of any other appeal attempts that were made by the business?
Muy bien, y aparte de esta apelación mencionada del 4/6/2020, ¿tiene conocimiento de otra apelación que se haya hecho?
Yes, I do. So for the 11/12/20 violations, mailing hearing was completed on 2/9/21, and both violations were found liable, but payment was never paid. So that was for those set of tickets. I'll go ahead and proceed on with the rest. I'll let him get that interpretation for that disposition.
Muy bien, entonces sí, de hecho tengo una que es para la violación del 11/12/2020. Esta audiencia se completó el 2/9/2021 y se encontraron que eran responsables de esta violación y tuvieron que pagarlo, pero no se pagó.
Okay, so for the next set of violations, which was 5/10/21, both violations were paid. Therefore, and there was no hearing for those two sets of violations.
Muy bien, y para el siguiente set de violaciones, que fueron del 5/10/21, ambos tickets se pagaron, pero no hubo audiencia para eso.
Okay, so then for the violations dated for 6/29/21, there was an in-person hearing at that time, scheduled for 6/17/2022, but there was a failure to appear. So those violations were not done in a hearing. They did not appear for those hearings.
Muy bien, y para las violaciones de fecha de 6/29/21, eso se hizo una audiencia en persona para la fecha de 6/17/22, pero no se aparecieron. Entonces esa audiencia no se hizo, entonces no se hizo una apelación para eso.
And the last set of violations, that was for 8/25/2021. Both of them, there was a mailing hearing completed on 12/7/2021. Both violations were liable and payment was never made. So they did receive a hearing, it was heard, They were found liable and never paid.
Muy bien. Y para la última violación del 8/25 del 2021, ambos se mandó por correo. Siempre hubo una audiencia el 12 del 7 del 21. En ambas salió responsable y no se recibió pago. O sea, es decir, que hicieron la audiencia, se escucharon, se encontraron responsables, pero no se pagó.
Okay.
That concludes all my tickets.
Y eso concluye todos mis tickets.
Could you clarify what you mean by mail-in hearings?
¿Me puede clarificar lo que significa audiencias por correo?
That was what was stated by the Office of Administrative Review. And so I don't know all the particulars of what they meant by that, but it was a hearing. In other words, a hearing was done regardless of how it was. So apparently it was requested, a hearing was made, and therefore the decision was made.
Sí, esto es algo que está establecido por la Oficina Administrativa de Revisión. No sé a qué se refieren con eso. Solo sé de que no sé cuáles fueron los procedimientos, solo sé que hubo una audiencia, se hizo, se solicitó y se tomó la decisión.
Second, are you familiar with the citations and how they're filled out?
Muy bien. Y segunda, ¿usted está familiarizada con las citaciones y cómo se llenan?
Are you stating that you're asking about the process of how the tickets become to be? Is that what you're asking me?
Just like
¿Se refiere al proceso de cómo se hacen los tickets?
Just the requirements of so let's say, for example, opposing counsel showed us exhibit C2 and just how where it says name of violation, address, and all those I guess boxes. Are you familiar with those?
Sí. Solamente si está familiarizado con, por ejemplo, cómo se llenan, es decir, que nos enseñaron en la exhibición C2, que dice ahí nombre de la violación, dirección y todos esos espacios que se tienen que llenar.
Yes, so the staff that wrote these tickets were they were trained to ask for information about the business so that they can ascertain who owns the business at the time that the tickets are issued. So they gathered that information and they will write it on the ticket. So the information that is gathered is based on evidence that our undercover buyers called the Health Promotion Council sends to us. So when they send the information that a violation occurred, plus what information that I know about whether they are permitted or not, who are they, we go out into the business, verify that who they are, because if there's a change of ownership, of course, we don't want to give out the tickets to the wrong people. So when they write up the ticket, it's based on information that they've gathered at the business.
Es correcto, sí. Todas estas personas están entrenadas, las personas que hacen estos tickets están entrenadas para poder entrar al establecimiento, obtener esta información, preguntar quién es el dueño del establecimiento antes de que se hagan y poder escribir el ticket basado en esta información. Se recolecta toda esta información, lo escriben basado en toda la evidencia y basado en evidencia de los compradores sorpresa que nosotros entrenamos y nosotros enviamos esa violación cuando ocurre y obviamente se hace una investigación para verificar que son los dueños, que no ha habido ningún cambio de dueño porque no queremos mandarle el ticket a la persona equivocada. Y basado en toda esa información se escribe toda la información.
Are the officers required to sign the tickets, put their badge number, department number, and violation district, and the date issued on the tickets?
Muy bien, y los oficiales están requeridos a firmar los tickets, poner su número de placa y el departamento, la violación, el distrito y la fecha que se entrega todo eso?
Yes, they are required to at least put their name, the date that they issued the ticket. And definitely the department number. Sometimes they may have the district information, the violation district, they may add that, or they have a badge number. They'll have that. Not all staff have badge numbers.
Sí, sí se requieren que pongan por lo menos su nombre, el departamento, la fecha, el departamento, número del departamento. A veces se les pide información de la violación del distrito. A veces, ahora, el número de placa, no todos tienen una placa, entonces no todos lo ponen.
If I may, I just want to read something off of the Philadelphia Code. If
Mr. May, this is cross-examination, correct?
yes,
And so is there testimony thus far regarding the code specifically, or you want to make that part of your presentation?
I want to make that part of my presentation.
Okay, so let's hold off on cross, on that question being posed at cross then.
Okay.
Mr. Gilliam?
Yes, muy bien, entonces vamos a leer algo, quería leer algo acerca del Código de Filadelfia, pero vamos a esperar a que se haga eso a la parte de la presentación después, mientras se hace la examinación, el cuestionamiento.
Any further questions?
Yes, just maybe one or two.
Solo una o dos, sí.
When the officers issue the ticket, are they required to issue the ticket and then deliver it the same day, or is it within a reasonable time to the business?
Cuando
I'm
se
going to
hace,
make an objection at this point, but go ahead and finish the interpretation.
thank you. Cuando el oficial da este ticket, ¿se requiere que se dé el mismo día o dentro de un tiempo razonable? Hay una objeción.
What is the objection?
Yeah, so in the interest of trying to keep things moving, I have not been objecting to a lot of these questions, but at this point, I would say that challenges to the validity of the CVNs or how they're issued were things that would have been properly raised at the Office of Administrative Review. And not before this board. This board doesn't have any authority to review what OAR did, and it doesn't have the authority at this point to review the tickets themselves. That's all water under the bridge.
Okay. Please interpret it and
Muy bien, sí, entonces, para poder avanzar, no he estado tratando de objetar ninguna de esas preguntas, pero que están tratando de determinar la validación de cómo se hacen estos tickets o la validación en sí de los tickets. Entonces, eso es algo que se hace en la oficina administrativa de revisión y esta junta no tiene la autoridad para poder, cuestionar esa parte o para revisar los tickets en sí. Porque eso en realidad ya es un tema que ya pasó.
And just to clarify, appeals from decisions of the OAR are taken to the Court of Common Pleas, not to this board. This is not a second bite at the apple. This is an appeal from the denial of the renewal, not an appeal of the tickets.
Sí, y solo para clarificar, toda la decisión de la apelación de la decisión que se tomó en la oficina administrativa de revisión se hacen en las cortes de los comunitarias o los comunes. No se hace acá. Aquí no es una segunda oportunidad. Este solamente es para una apelación del rechazo.
Okay, so my ruling on the objection is sustained. So, Mr. Mayor, if you could just move on, please.
Okay, no further questions.
Se sostiene la objeción y no hay más preguntas.
Okay.
I have no further witnesses.
No más testigos.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, and please, am I pronouncing your name correctly? And I apologize if I'm not.
Yes, Mr. Woodson. Mr. Mejia.
Mejia? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mejia, please proceed to put your case on.
Yes.
¿Puedo proceder con el caso?
I would like to call Mr. De La Rosa.
Quiero llamar al señor De La Rosa.
Yes.
Okay, I will need to swear Mr. De La Rosa in.
Vamos a juramentar al señor De La Rosa.
Mr. De La Rosa, please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
Levante su mano derecha para poder juramentarlo.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth so help you God?
Asegura de que o jura de que el testimonio que va a dar el día de hoy es completamente verídico, basado en Dios.
Correcto.
Correct.
As take it as an affirmative, yes. Okay, thank you.
Muy bien, lo vamos a tomar como un sí, afirmativo.
Ms. Mia?
Yes. Mr. De La Rosa, could you once again state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Señor De La Rosa, ¿me puede decir otra vez de nuevo su nombre y deletrear su apellido?
Ok. Melvin Antonio de la Rosa.
¿Y deletrear su apellido?
Oh. De las Rosas Sánchez.
That's fine.
Está bien.
Where do you live?
¿Dónde vive?
Filadelfia.
Philadelphia.
And do you currently work and own Andrew A. Inc.?
¿Y usted actualmente trabaja y es propietario de Andrew Inc.?
Correcto.
Correcto.
How long have you owned this business?
¿Hace cuánto es dueño de este establecimiento?
Más o menos como 4 años.
4 years now, approximately.
And before this, did you work in, I guess, some grocery stores?
Y antes de eso, ¿usted trabajaba en alguna tienda de conveniencia?
Yeah.
Yes.
For how many years?
¿Por cuántos años?
Como por 2 años más o menos.
Like 2 years now.
Yeah.
In all your experience, have you been trained in selling tobacco and products and of all the requirements that go with selling these products?
Y en todos estos años, ¿usted ha sido entrenado para la venta de tabaco y todos los requerimientos que involucra la venta de esto?
Correctamente. Y nunca me han dado un ticket.
That's correct, and I've never gotten a ticket.
Nunca.
Never.
Do you maintain any signs or anything regarding the sale of tobacco in your business?
¿Y mantiene alguna rotulación sobre venta de tabacos en su negocio?
Correcto.
Correct.
Were these violations hand delivered to you?
¿Y estas violaciones se le entregaron a mano a usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you tell us approximately, were they given to you the same day these violations were committed, allegedly?
Muy bien, ¿y estas se le entregaron en la misma fecha en la que estas violaciones supuestamente sucedieron?
No.
No.
Could you tell us when they were given to you?
¿No puede decir cuándo se le entregaron?
Yo estaba chequeando en la cámara para saber si me compaginaban con la fecha que me dieron. Y más o menos como tienen de diferencia como un mes y 15 días. Porque yo chequeé todo para yo tener mi prueba de cómo confirmarle a ellos que eso no era cierto. Entonces eso no me sale a mí. O sea, ya la había borrado. Yo llamé al que me chequea la cámara para yo tener toda mi prueba para cuando me llamara para la cita yo tener toda la evidencia. O sea, ya mi cámara solamente duran como un mes. Y ya esto había pasado. O sea, cada vez que me dan el ticket, o sea, yo no puedo buscarlo en la cámara porque ya está pasado. 10 días, 15 días después. ¿Tú me entiendes? Y solamente dura 30 días la cámara grabando. O sea, por eso no tengo la evidencia de cómo yo probarle a ellos de que eso no es cierto. Mayormente yo siempre me mantengo en la bodega y yo siempre le pido al DIS, siempre, todo el tiempo a la gente.
Permítame. Okay, so yes, I was checking my camera and everything to see if everything was in order, and it's approximately they handed me that in like over a month or 15 days because I checked everything and to see if it was true or not. And the thing is that my cameras they erase everything after 30 days. So I was checking my cameras to have the evidence, and it was over a month before they handed me that. So every time they gave me a ticket, it was over 30 days, and I don't have any evidence to prove that. It's always like that.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt just for one moment, please?
Yes.
So I
Oh,
have to
well, just want to get the interpretation done.
Okay. ¿Puedo interrumpir un momentito, por favor?
I would like to ask that either when Mr. LaRosa is speaking or Mr. Reuter or Mr. Meha, that they break their conversation up into smaller pieces. Because when Mr. LaRosa talks for maybe a minute and then there's interpretation, I am personally a little uncomfortable as to whether everything he is saying is being captured. No disrespect to Mr. Gillen. But I find it very difficult to keep track of what's happening when he speaks in long phrases and then the interpretation happens after the fact. It would not happen this way in court, as you well know, and you had advised in the beginning that it would normally be simultaneous.
Okay,
Sí.
thank you.
Muy bien, sí, solamente le quiero pedir al señor de la Rosa o cuando el señor Mejía hable, cuando el señor Reuter hable, que por favor hablen en frases más pequeñas, porque cuando el señor de la Rosa habla por más de un minuto y después pasa el intérprete a interpretar, yo personalmente me siento muy incómoda porque siento de que no se está capturando toda la información que tenga que capturarse cuando se habla demasiado largo. En corte no sucedería esto porque obviamente sucede simultáneamente.
Thank you. So let's proceed. That's with that request in mind, please proceed.
Muy bien.
Mr. Mayor,
Por favor, proceda.
any additional questions?
¿Alguna otra
Yes.
pregunta?
Yes.
Sí.
Mr. De La Rosa, did you appeal any of these violations?
Señor de la Rosa, ¿usted apeló alguna de estas violaciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you receive any hearing dates in the mail regarding these violations, these appeals? I'm sorry.
¿Y usted recibió por correo alguna de estas fechas de estas apelaciones?
No.
No.
Solamente la que me mandaron ahora.
Just the one that I just got.
Sí, la que fue el del mes 12 del 03 del 2022.
That it was on the 12th, 03/22.
Just for the record, Mr. Woodson, the one he's speaking about was today's hearing. I believe we received the incorrect hearing date, and then immediately after we received today's hearing.
So
Muy bien, sí, solamente para el récord, señor Woodson está hablando de la audiencia del día de hoy, que se recibió primero la fecha incorrecta, pero después se recibió la correcta.
So he's referencing the Illinois Review Board as opposed to Administrative Appeal Board.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Está haciendo referencia a la junta de la junta del LNI y versus la junta de la revisión. Sí.
Mr. De La Rosa, once the tobacco license or permit wasn't renewed, did you cease sale of all tobacco products?
Y señor de la Rosa, una vez que se le rechazó, que no se le renovó la licencia de permiso para la venta de tabaco, ¿usted detuvo toda la venta de tabaco?
Sí, yo la detuve toda y la metí en bolsa. La tenía toda en bolsa. Y una vez yo la tenía abajo del cante toda en bolsa. No se estaba vendiendo. Y una vez ingresaron, o sea, sin permiso adentro. O sea, ahí me la encontraron. Pero ellos vieron que estaban la bolsa toda cerrada. O sea, no estaban de muestra. Solamente porque había una cantidad de muchos cigarros. O sea, que era mucho dinero. Y lo tenía ahí para cuando se hiciera la apelación. Tú sabes.
Okay.
Porque no podía
Once, okay. Yes, I ceased any sale I took them all and I put them in bags. And once I had them in bags, I put them, I put them away. And once I had them below the counter, but I was not selling anything. But one time they came in and they entered without permission, and they found those bags, but they noticed that they were closed, and I did not have any sampling or anything, no sampling whatsoever, no amount out of the bag, but they noticed that there was a lot of money there. But I had them there, just to get them ready for my appeals.
Anything else, Mr. Mia?
No further
¿Algo más,
questions.
señor Mejía?
No
más
further
preguntas.
questions.
Mr. Ryder, any cross-examination?
¿Alguna examinación?
No, I don't have any.
No, no más.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from anyone?
¿Alguna otra
In
pregunta
addition-
de alguien más?
Okay, if there are no additional questions, I'd like Mr. Mia to give a closing statement and then Mr. Ryder to give a closing statement.
Muy
As
bien.
just one caution I have to each of you, please be as succinct as you can because of the need for interpretation. Thank you.
Muy bien. Entonces, si no hay más preguntas adicionales, entonces señor Mejía le voy a pedir que haga su declaración de cierre y al igual al señor Rauter también para que haga su declaración de cierre. Solo le pido ser por favor breves por la parte de la interpretación.
Mr. Mia?
Yes, Mr. Wilson. So first, I would like to start off with my client. Yes, he received several violations for the alleged sale of tobacco to minors, as well as the use of the sale of tobacco without an ID.
Muy bien. Antes que nada, quiero empezar que sí, que mi cliente recibió algunas violaciones, varias violaciones por venta de tabaco menores y venta de tabaco menores sin identidad.
We're contesting all of the violations for the following reasons.
Estamos alegando con todas estas violaciones por las siguientes razones.
First, citations were not handed or delivered within a reasonable time.
La primera es que las citaciones no se le entregaron o no se le entregaron en persona o no se entregaron en sí con un tiempo razonable.
As Mr. De La Rosa stated,
Así como lo dijo el señor De La Rosa,
the citations weren't given until after 30 or 45 days from the date of the alleged violation.
y las citaciones no se entregaron, así como lo demostró el señor De La Rosa, no se entregaron hasta después de 30 a 45 días después de la supuesta violación.
Correctamente.
That's correct.
And a business who has a tobacco retail license, when a citation is given, is allowed to appeal this citation within 10 days of the citation being cited.
Y un negocio que tiene venta al por menor de estos productos con licencia para venta de estos productos tiene derecho a poder hacer una apelación de esta citación dentro de 10 días después de la fecha de violación.
Second, looking at the city's Exhibit C2,
la segunda es que viendo a la exhibición de la ciudad, la exhibición número C2,
if you look at every citation, none of them have the badge number at the bottom of the citation.
si usted se fija, ninguna de estas citaciones tiene el número de placa en la parte de abajo del documento.
If you refer to the Philadelphia Code, section 9-622-6A.
Entonces, si nos referimos al código de 9-6226A,
in the middle of the paragraph towards the end, this paragraph talks about enforcement and penalties.
y en el más o menos en el centro del párrafo para abajo, habla acerca de del reforzamiento de estas leyes y las penalidades.
It states, if the violator is a retail outlet, the officer shall hand or deliver the notice to the manager of the outlet.
Entonces, establece que si la violación está hecha por un establecimiento de venta por menor, entonces el oficial va a entregar a mano al gerente o al propietario o al gerente del establecimiento.
Or an on-site supervisor.
O a un supervisor que esté en el lugar.
Such notice shall bear the date, time, and nature of the violation.
Cada una de estas citaciones tiene que tener la fecha, la hora y la naturaleza de la violación.
When known, the identity and address of the violator.
Y cuando se sepa la identidad y la dirección del violador.
The amount to be remitted in response to the notice.
Y la cantidad que va a ser remitida en respuesta a la notificación.
And the penalty which can be imposed by the court for the violation.
Y la penalidad que puede ser impuesta por la corte en el caso de esta violación.
And shall be signed by the person issuing the notice.
Y tiene que estar firmada por la persona que está haciendo la notificación.
And shall bear the badge number or the official identification number of the officer issuing the notice.
Y tiene que tener el número de placa del oficial o identidad del oficial que está dando la notificación.
If you refer to the city's Exhibit C, none of the violations have the badge number. I've looked.
Y si usted se mira todas las exhibiciones C de todas las exhibiciones de la ciudad de C, ninguna de estas violaciones o citaciones tienen el número de placa.
So we believe, for that reason, these citations are invalid.
Y por esa razón, consideramos que estas citaciones son no válidas.
Lastly, I was hired by Mr. De La Rosa to reply to these violations.
Y por último, fui contratado por el señor De La Rosa para contestar a estas violaciones.
And I never received any court date.
Y nunca recibí ninguna fecha de corte.
What Mr. De La Rosa would receive,
lo que recibió el señor De La Rosa,
was further notice of violations in which I would again reply with the previous letter that I was sent and also reply with a new cover letter requesting another hearing.
Y lo que sí se recibió fueron más notificaciones de las violaciones que de nuevo yo contesté con las letras previas que se habían mandado y con una nueva carta solicitando una nueva fecha de audiencia.
As Mr. De La Rosa stated, he's been in the business for many years.
Como estableció el señor De La Rosa, él estaba en este negocio por muchos años.
Yeah.
I've been sending letters to the city for many years.
Yo he estado mandando cartas a la ciudad por muchos años.
And it's hard to believe that every single one of my letters were lost in the mail, besides this request for this hearing.
Y es difícil pensar de que cada una de estas cartas que yo envié se perdieron en el correo, sin contar esta carta sobre la solicitud de esta audiencia.
As normal practice is, if a business entity is represented by an attorney, usually the opposing side contacts the attorney for any further requests or correspondence.
Y obviamente, como es práctica normal, como representante de este negocio, como abogado representante de este negocio, el lugar opuesto tiene que contactarme a mí para solicitar cualquier correspondencia futura.
So because of the citations not being handled within a reasonable time, the missing badge numbers, and no reply sent to my office or to the business regarding hearings, I believe none of these violations are valid, and we ask the board to grant this appeal and remit their tobacco license.
Y debido a que entonces porque estas citaciones no fueron entregadas al propietario en un tiempo razonable y porque hacen falta el número de placa y porque mi oficina no recibió ninguna respuesta o el establecimiento no recibió ninguna respuesta, además de la solicitud de esta audiencia, consideramos de que estas violaciones no son válidas y solicitamos de que la Junta, por favor, apruebe la apelación y dé la licencia de nuevo.
Thank you. Mr. Router?
Gracias, señor Router.
Thank you. I would start off by simply saying that even if everything Mr. Mejia has just said were true with respect to the appeals taken from the CVNs, that it isn't relevant for this board because this is not an appeal of the CVNs, nor is it an appeal of what the OAR does.
Muy bien. Entonces, aún considerando que todo lo que dijo el señor Mejía sea cierto y que todo lo con respecto a todo esto de la apelación también con respecto a los CVNs no sea todo eso cierto, nada de eso es relevante para esta junta porque esto no es una apelación para la validación de los CVNs o de la decisión que toma la oficina administrativa de revisión.
So, with respect to the code requirements, the code is clear in section 9-622 sub E sub point 2, that if there are 3 or more violations within a 2-year period, that they could be ceased. The sale of the cigarettes at least could be ceased, and that their license would not be subject to renewal. So,
okay.
Please interpret.
Thank you. Muy bien, entonces, con respecto al requerimiento de código, del código, que está bien claro el requerimiento del código, según la sección 9-622, subsección E, subsección punto 2, cuando hay 3 o más violaciones por un periodo de 2 años, dentro de un periodo de 2 años, se puede prohibir la venta, se puede ordenar la venta, detener la venta de estos productos y se le puede quitar la licencia y puede ser sujeto a que no se le vaya a renovar.
and I would note that the code violation notices in this manner for violating the youth tobacco sales requirements go back to the beginning of 2020. I think the first was written February 27th, 2020 through May 10th of 2021. And I don't think there's, and as Ms. Wilkins' testimony indicated, we do see that there were several appeals that were filed, although not for every ticket, but there were some appeals that were filed, so we're not disputing that. But we have the dispositions of those appeals, and even if, oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Muy bien, entonces, en cuanto a la violación de los códigos, la notificación de la violación de código en cuanto a la venta a menores, esto podemos ver de que va hasta 2020, si no me equivoco, es el febrero 27 del 2020, creo que fue la primera, van hasta mayo 10 del 2021. Y según el testimonio de la señorita Wilkins, eso indica que, como indicó ella, hubieron varias apelaciones, aunque no para todos los tickets. Y no estamos disputando eso, todas esas disposiciones. Sí hay una disposición acerca de, no estamos discutiendo la disposición de esas apelaciones.
So the only basis for appealing the denial of a renewal for a tobacco retailer's permit would be to allege, again, that the Department of Health made an error in either not tabulating the violations that were issued correctly or being incorrect about the disposition. But you can't challenge the denial of the renewal for the tobacco retailer permit by challenging the underlying tickets in this forum. That's for the OAR. And even if there was some irregularity with how the OAR handled any particular.
Let's pause.
Sure.
Muy bien. Muy bien, entonces sí, solamente nos basamos en si solo la única base para la apelación del rechazo de la renovación de la licencia de tabaco, del permiso de venta de tabaco por menor, si eso es alegar, digamos que solamente esa es la única razón para poder alegar, la única cosa que están diciendo es que el Departamento de Salud cometió un error al no tabular correctamente la información. Aun cuando sea cierto eso, no se puede alegar de que no hay un rechazo del permiso basándose en las violaciones en sí. Es decir, eso es algo que eso lo tiene que determinar la Oficina Administrativa de Revisión, y aún así, si hay irregularidades de la oficina, si hubieron irregularidades de cómo se manejó la Oficina Administrativa de Revisión, eso ya está, eso pues está según ellos en realidad.
So again, if there, may be other means or ways to challenge whatever one is alleging the OAR might have done wrong, but not before this board. This is the wrong forum to make those challenges. The Office of Administrative Review decisions on CVNs is essentially at the same level as the Board of L&I review. You don't go from there to here, and you don't challenge what they do here. There are other forums for doing that, or there may be, or that may be foreclosed at this point. But again, and I would note that there was, you've had nearly 3 years to resolve that.
Let's pause.
Bien. Y de nuevo, no estoy diciendo que tal vez hay otras formas para poder pelear las decisiones que tomó la Oficina Administrativa de Revisión. Pero no es, este foro no es para eso, no aquí, porque básicamente este foro está al mismo nivel, nuestro mismo nivel que la Oficina Administrativa de Revisión. Ahora, no puede pasar de allá para acá, y porque acá no podemos nosotros combatir o alegar lo que ellos ya decidieron. Y de nuevo, se ha tenido casi 3 años para poder hacer esta apelación.
So with that, I would move that the board accept the city's evidence marked exhibits C1 and C2 into the record and ask that the board affirm the Department of Health's denial of the renewal of the tobacco retailer's permit. Thank
Muy
you.
bien, y habiendo dicho eso, quisiera pasar a que la Junta acepte las exhibiciones de la ciudad marcadas C1 y C2 y reafirmar el rechazo de la renovación de la licencia.
The city's evidence is moved onto the record and accepted. We will now poll the board regarding this matter.
Muy bien, entonces la evidencia sí se pasa a récord y es aceptada. Ahora vamos a preguntar o encuestar a la Junta.
Okay, we will now poll the board regarding HA-2022-000641.
Muy bien, ahora vamos a proceder a preguntarle a la Junta acerca de la afirmación del documento. ¿Sí?
Melvin De La Rosa, 3101 North Front Street.
Muy bien, señor Melvin de la Rosa, 3101 Norte Front Street.
City affirmed.
City
Afirmado.
affirmed. I'm sorry.
City
sir.
affirmed.
City affirmed.
Afirmado por la ciudad.
Thank you. Mr. Gillian, did you relay that there's 4 votes, all city affirmed?
Perfecto. Muy bien, hay 3 votos afirmado por la ciudad.
Okay.
Hay 3
Mr.
votos a favor.
Okay, Ms. Mia, the appeal has failed. You may appeal that decision to the Court of Common Pleas, should you choose. Thank you very
Bien,
much.
señor Mejía, la apelación falló y puede apelar esto a la Corte de Comunes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Gracias. Tengan buenas tardes.
Thank you. That concludes my business. May be excused.
Yes. Mhm. Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Woodson, do you require my services still?
No, I believe that should be it. Just please convey to Mr. De La Rosa, we appreciate his patience and participation, and that we will now move on to other cases.
Yes, thank you. Muy bien, señor De La Rosa, eso concluye la audiencia y vamos a pasar ya a otros casos. Gracias por su paciencia.
Ok, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next case.
That brings us to case number 10, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003-065. Yanji Yi, 404 South 20th Street.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city in this matter.
Good afternoon. Is the appellant, Mr. Yi, present?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Yi, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes,
Okay, sir, before we begin, a couple questions for you. Are you the sole owner of this property on South 20th Street?
I bought this property 5 years ago, roughly.
Is anyone else's name on the deed?
Yeah, it's my wife.
So you and your wife own it together?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Athanasiadis, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Woodson. This case is before the board as property owner, Mr. Yi of 404 South 20th Street is appealing a notice of defect that was served on July 22nd, 2022. The deed as indicated lists Mr. Yi and his wife Lan Ding as owners of the property. On July 22nd, 2022, sewer maintenance conducted a dye test at a cave-in located at the location and found a defective vent pipe. Re-inspections were done on August 29th and September 12th, 2022, and no repairs were made. The city will be calling Mr. Taji Ballard, who was the crew chief on the issuing notice in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Ballard, are you present?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ballard, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
So before you begin your testimony, I have to ask, are you in a vehicle? And if you are
Yes.
you parked in a safe place?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record, Mr. Ballard?
Yes. Taji, T as in Tom, A as in Apple, H as in Harry, J as in Justice, E as in Edward, E as in Edward. Last name Ballard. B as in boy, A as in Apple, L as in Larry, L as in Larry, A as in Apple, R as in Ralph, D as in dog.
And by whom are you employed?
City of Philadelphia, and I am allocated to the water department, and my unit is sewer maintenance.
Okay. And what is your current job title?
Sewer maintenance crew chief.
Okay. And how long have you been a crew chief?
Approximately almost 2 years now. April 12th of this year, I'll make it 2 years.
Okay. And what was your position prior to becoming crew chief?
Sewer maintenance inspector.
And how long were you performing that job?
Up until I was promoted to crew chief in 2021. My start date, July 15th, 2013. So that time frame from July 15th, 2013 to April 12th, 2021, I was a sewer maintenance inspector.
So about 8 years?
Yes, correct.
And what is your responsibility as a crew chief?
On a day-to-day basis, I get the work from the supervisor, go out, check the defects. They're common defects to us, but there's like a variety of things we do. But for the most part, we get reports called in either by civilians, referred to us by other departments like the streets department, and then we just go out and check these various complaints, whether it be water in the cellar, cave-in, depression, sewer gas odor, choke sewer, things of that nature, anything to do with the sewers we deal with.
And are you familiar with the address of 404 South 20th Street?
Yes,
And did that come to you as a result of, like, as you indicated, as of a work order that was brought to your attention?
yes, I was issued the work order as
Okay.
as normal.
Okay, give me a quick second. I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, do you see my screen, Mr. Ballard?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a document that was provided in City Exhibit 1. This is page 2. And as you indicated, you receive work orders, and that's what prompts you to go out to certain locations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the document I have in front of me is a work order. And in the comments section, it indicates in the middle of the page, cave-in. Do you see that?
Yes,
And it says comments by Hawkey Jr., Kevin J. And it lists the date of July 13th, 2022.
mhm,
And it lists the property address of 406 South 20th Street.
yes,
Do you see that?
yes,
And
I see.
Okay, and is this what brought PWD out to the location of where this notice of defect was issued?
Yes,
Okay. And now I'm just gonna keep on this document. And this is, like, as I indicated, City Exhibit 1. I apologize. Previously, I was showing you page 3. We're now on page 2 of the document. Do you see that?
okay. Yes, I see it.
And did you fill out any of the information on this document?
On this document,
Yes.
yes and no. So what it is some of the information was filled in by customer service, which handles the actual mailing of the notice. But the crew chief inspector, the die placed in, the die shown in, and the comments, all those were me. The unit, which SM is for sewer maintenance, and my radio number is 629. The date of that, all that was written by me. Service address and work order number was not generated by me, nor property owner, because I had no clue who's the property owner.
Okay, And so when you completed the portions you filled in, was a copy of this notice of defect left at the property address?
Yes,
Okay, and if we can just go through, as you indicated, the areas you filled in. You checked off that there was a defective vent pipe, correct?
yes.
And how did you make the determination that the vent pipe was defective?
Via a dye test. And the dye test is performed by using water and color trace dye. We have 3 dyes, red, blue, green. The main one we use is green because it's like neon green. It looks like antifreeze. The name on the bottle actually is uranine. It's a specific type of green chemical, whatever. But we use that with water because water will find its way. Some things, obviously we can't see with the human eye or with a camera. So we have to do a dye test in order to try to locate the defect. And it's not always to just try to blame a homeowner. It's even to check to see if the city sewer is defective also. So that's why we do what we do.
And so the dye was placed, it indicates in a cave-in, correct?
Yes.
And what is a cave-in?
It's basically a hole that opens up in the street over time that, let's say it's a defect somewhere underground and dirt starts shifting and then water starts finding its way over time with rain and the elements and the water starts washing it away. It'll give way to the foundation and then a hole will open up in the street. And that's what we consider a cave-in.
Okay, and that was the reason you went out to the location to begin with. There was a call that was made regarding a cave-in, correct?
Yes.
And when the dye test was done, where was dye shown?
Dye was shown in the vent pipe of this property
Okay,
that we're speaking of, 404 South 20th.
okay. And the vent pipes related to the sewer system line?
Yes.
And why
I
is
wish
it?
I had the,
Oh, I apologize, go ahead.
no, I was saying I wish I had the diagram that was on the back of the notice, then I could show better for the people that may not understand, but I can explain it in the best way I can.
Well, I'm gonna be showing you a diagram in a bit, so we can go
Gotcha.
over that at that time.
Okay.
Why is it important for the vent pipe to be working properly?
Multiple reasons. One of the main reasons is it's a fresh air intake. So we call it a vent pipe or sometimes FAI, fresh air intake pipe. It's supposed to let sewer gas odor out into the street, not into your house. And then for cleaning purposes, sometimes it's easier for a plumber to go from your vent pipe through your curb trap and inward to the house, outward to the city sewer. And then also it should be obviously it should be intact. So no holes open up on the sidewalk or in the street to be caused by a defective vent pipe.
Okay.
So for safety reasons all around, basically.
And who was the notice? The notices are issued for defective vent pipe to property owner, correct?
Yes. Well, they're issued for addresses. Excuse me, I mean to cut you off. They issued for addresses, and then the customer service unit, they go in the system because they have a different system than us. They can see who the property owner is, and then it's issued to the property owner. So all in all, yes.
And it's issued to the property owner because it's property owner's responsibility to maintain the vent pipe?
Yes, everything is on the property owner. The only thing the city is responsible for is the city sewer. So the main drain, the vent pipe, the lateral, the curb track, all that belongs to the property owner.
Okay. And I'm gonna share my screen with you. Now you were referencing a diagram. In this diagram, do you
Yes,
see what I'm presenting to you? The vent pipe
Yes.
would be letter G in this diagram, is that correct?
correct.
And that is where I have my cursor.
Mhm.
And as indicated, this is the customer responsibility chart, correct?
Correct.
And that is the property owner's responsibility to maintain.
Yes,
Okay,
as noted in the diagram, A, B, and C, I think it was the city's responsibility. The inlet, the storm sewer, and the sanitary sewer. The block that he's on, it's not a storm sewer, it's a combined. So there's a combined system, not a dual system, excuse me.
okay. And I'm gonna be showing you another document. And I'll represent to you, you were not the inspector, nor were you the supervisor that completed this document. But this is a re-inspection document. Is this something that is kept in the normal course and scope of PWD, Philadelphia Water Department business?
Yes, that would be done by an inspector. I don't know if it's customer service per se, but I want to say that because they're the ones who enforce compliance that would actually put the quote unquote the work order in to shut water on and cut water on and off if there was non-compliance. So
Okay.
that is their aspect of it.
And these re-inspection records are made and recorded at or near the time of the events that occur, correct?
Yes,
And they're made by someone who has personal knowledge. In other words, someone who goes to the location and performs the inspection.
correct.
And in this particular case, it appears that the inspector was V. Neal, Inspector Neal.
Yes,
And it appears that this re-inspection was done on October 5th, 2022. Is that correct?
yes,
And as of that date, the inspector indicates no repairs were made to the defective vent pipe. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ballard, you also reviewed a document relating to a video inspection report for this particular case?
Yes,
And that document indicated that there were no visible defects in the sewer line from the fresh air inlet. Do you recall seeing that?
yes, it was from Economy Drain Cleaning LLC,
Okay,
located based out of Prospect Park.
okay. And does that report that you reviewed, does that change your opinion on whether the vent pipe is defective?
No, because like I said earlier, some things are not perceptible to the naked eye or even to a camera. And this is why we have to use water and trace dye to ID defects a lot of times.
Okay.
Most of the time, all the time. Like some things are visibly defective, but just to be sure, even when something is visibly defective, we'll still do a dye test just to completely be sure.
I have no further questions for Mr. Ballard.
Mr. Yee, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Ballard based on his testimony?
No,
Okay, I do have a question. Mr. Ballard, was there a crawler put in the sewer on this one?
No, this was up top visible. So we obviously seen the dye in the sewer once we noted that the dye was in the vent pipe because there wasn't a problem with the lateral. So they were still connected to the sewer. So anything that goes in the vent pipe technically should go in the sewer. This is not an instance where a crawler had to make entry.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
Ms.
Thank you.
Athanasiadis, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not, Chairman Woodson. I would just like to mark and move into evidence the City Exhibit 1 and the Customer Responsibility Chart.
So move. Mr. Yee, is your turn to share with us your understanding of what happened or the status of your system?
yeah, I just want to emphasize about the video inspection showed no visible defects in the vent pipe.
Okay, who did the video inspection?
Licensed professional plumber.
Okay, did you ask him to do a dye test?
Again, what test?
Dye test?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Alrighty. Did you ask your plumber if the dye test was a better way to determine if there was a defect in your pipe?
Well, plumber never mentioned, but I don't know about it. Maybe this is maybe it's good suggestion or whatever to make sure.
Excuse me.
Okay, Mr. Ballard, you only speak through your attorney. She has to ask you to say something, okay?
No problem.
So you can confer with her if you like, off record.
No,
She
no
wants to
problem.
bring you in, okay.
Mr. Watson, can I add one more sentence? I
Sure.
also, the water department asked the plumber who did the video inspection, called them, and I don't know what's the talk and what's the come up. So this is the one sentence I want to add. So which means the plumber, who did the video inspection, called the water department.
Oh, okay. Do you, now, is there, Ms. Athanasiadis, is there any record of the plumber speaking with someone from the water department, the inspection unit, to
No,
come to
there-
terms with anything?
I apologize for cutting off Chairman Woodson. No, I have no record of any such interaction.
Okay, would it be appropriate in this instance to arrange for the plumber to go back and meet someone from the water department at the scene to determine how to proceed?
As far as for the plumber to go back on site to conduct another inspection, or
Well, and to resolve it, well, let me ask it, let me withdraw that question. I'll ask Mr. Yee. Mr. Yee, is it your understanding that if in fact it is defective, you will repair it? Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I mean, if it's defect, it's defect, has to be repaired.
Okay, and so I think the issue here is having his plumber meet with somebody from the water department just to confirm that it's defective at the site.
well, Chairman Woodson, I don't know if the cave-in, because they dye tested a cave-in, and Mr. Ballard, I'll defer to you, whether that still is in existence. Mr. Ballard?
Yes, okay. That was the point I was going to make. If I'm not, I haven't been to the location recently, but if I'm assuming that the streets department did their job, that cave-in should no longer be there as of right now, because it was a very big cave-in. I'm talking about 4 feet by 4 feet wide at least, to the point where cars trying to park there fell into a degree because they pulled up on a hole. I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure the streets department has filled that in by now. So
Mr. Yee, is the cave, let me ask Mr. Yee, is the cave-in still there?
No, it's fixed, I guess it's by street department.
Okay, good.
About September.
Okay, well, in this instance then, and you, I think it's still, you have an outstanding violation. And so in order to satisfy the violation, you need to have your plumber replace or excavate and determine that it isn't broken, the vent pipe. Now, you will have recourse against the city if you find out that the city was wrong. You can take action against the city, but in terms of the violation notice as it's currently stands, you have to take additional action. Am I clear? Do you understanding what I'm saying?
Yes, so what action, as you said, maybe I need to ask my plumber to contact the water department or to work together to make sure.
You can ask him to do that, but you may in fact he may have to dig it up to ensure that it isn't broken. And when he digs it up, he will find that it was broken.
But now the cave-in is fixed. So
yes,
maybe we can do the dye inspection, ask the plumber to do dye inspection to see what's the fine.
That may not, we could ask him, but that may not work based on the cave-in being repaired. You can certainly ask him.
Yeah, I think
Mr.
this
Chair?
maybe is,
Ms. Washington, you have a question? Yes.
Yes, when was the last time the property was inspected?
probably it's 5 years when,
So
when
I'm asking
The
Mr.
city,
Ballard,
Miss-
I'm sorry.
oh, okay, sorry.
I think Ms. Athanasiadis has the inspection date. That was on the record. What date was that?
Yes, it was October 5th,
25.
2022, Mr. Washington.
Is it possible that it should be it could be re-inspected? Or is Mr. Yee, are you stating that it was not repaired?
I didn't do any repair about the vent pipe, but the cave-in is fixed.
Okay, so I withdraw my question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Yee, do you have anything else to offer before we vote on this matter?
No.
Okay. Ms. Athanasiadis, do you have any closing comments?
I would just ask that the board affirm the city's notice of defect. Mr. Ballard testified credibly. He explained the process that was done. He also explained why, though there was a report indicating that there didn't appear to be a defect, why that wasn't reliable, because it's something that could not necessarily be seen with the visible eye. And the dye test confirmed that there was a defective vent pipe, so I would just ask that the board affirm the city notice.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, if there are any any additional questions, then we will poll the board regarding HA-2022-003065.
Hey, Mr. Watson, can I ask last one more question? Sorry about you. So first, whether we don't know yet is really defect or not, but it said it's a vent pipe. So I just ask, how important of this vent pipe? Because as my understanding, the soil water not goes through the vent pipe.
It's as one portion of the plumbing system is really, it's important to you, to the individuals living in the property, that not be broken because of sewer gas potentially gaining access to your property and potentially water getting in it, rainwater, and washing out the soil below it. So it creates a major problem potentially over time for everyone else. So it's important. It should be repaired. Okay. So let me move to the vote on this matter. City affirmed with a 60-day delay on further enforcement.
Mr. Chairman, I ask a question. Is this a 60-day stay of enforcement?
Yes, 60-day stay of enforcement.
Okay.
My apologies.
No
Yes.
problem. City affirmed with the 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
Mr. Yee, what we've done is voted to affirm the violation. You have to get someone to try to repair it. But we've also asked the city not to take any additional enforcement action for at least 60 days, okay? So to give you a 60-day window without any additional enforcement action to get the repair done. And if you find that it is not broken, you then have legal recourse against the city should you choose to take it. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Everyone have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ballard, you're excused, sir.
Yes, he's
Thank
excused.
you.
Mr. Ballard, have a
Enjoy
good
the rest of
afternoon.
your day. You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
That brings us down to case 13,
Okay,
hearing appeal number HA 2022-003-411. Augustine Santiago, 3434 Keem Street.
okay, who's handling this matter?
Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city for this matter. And my
Thank you.
witness for this matter is Mr. Anthony Watson.
Anthony Watson, okay. And Augustine Santiago. Augustine Santiago. Anyone present representing?
I'm here.
Okay. And I'm having, just because of the number of images on the screen. Okay, there you go. And now I can see your face. Okay. You're in Augustine Santiago, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And as I always ask before we begin, are you the only person whose name is on the deed of the property?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Athanasiadis, please proceed.
Thank you. The case is before the board as Mr. Santiago, property owner of 3434 Keem Street, is appealing a notice of defect that was issued on July 21st, 2022. Sewer maintenance conducted a dye test on that date at a cave-in located at 3430.
Oh, someone has a radio in the background?
Yeah, I did already. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Conducted a dye test at a cave-in located at 3434 Keim Street, and a defective vent pipe and a defective curb trap were found. A re-inspection was done in August 2022 and no repairs were made. And the city will be calling Anthony Watson, who was the inspector on that date in question, for testimony.
all right, thank you. Mr. Watson, if you would unmute yourself and raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay,
Mr. Watson, please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Anthony Watson, ANTHONY, WATSON.
And who do you work for?
The City of Philadelphia Water Department.
And what is your job title?
I'm a sewer maintenance inspector.
And how long have you been a sewer maintenance inspector?
It'll be 12 years in February.
Okay, and what are your duties and responsibilities as a sewer maintenance inspector?
I respond to work order tickets like cave-ins, water main breaks, leaks and streaks, jobs, etc. like that, and that form of nature.
Okay, and when you say you respond, what do you do?
We basically do SNL sewer lateral exams to determine the defect of nature.
Okay. And for this particular case, are you familiar with the address of 3434 Keim Street?
Yes,
Okay, and did you receive a work order that prompted you to go to this location?
correct.
Okay. I'm just gonna share my screen. Do you see the screen? And I apologize, it appears, I understand this record's a bit blurry. This was previously or has been marked as City Exhibit 2. Okay, can you see
Yes.
that? And
Yes, I can see.
up top, it says SR type cave-in. Do you see that?
Yes,
This came in as a call. It says caller type resident.
yes,
It was an emergency priority,
yes,
and this call came in and July 20th, 2022 at 9:53 a.m. Do you see that?
correct.
And it appears that it was called in, and I don't know if it's visible to everyone, by Miss Linda Thompson.
Yes,
Okay, and it's also indicated here, and then a work order was created, correct?
correct.
And the location of that work order, the address on this was 3436 Keim Street.
Correct.
And that would be next door to the current, the case we're here for today. Or I'm sorry, yes, next door to the case we're here for today.
Yes,
So that's what prompted you to go to the location?
yes,
Okay, give me a second. And when you went to the location, you issued a notice of defect, correct?
yes, to both properties.
To both properties. Okay, I'm going to share my screen with you once again. Okay. Do you see the document I'm showing you, Mr. Watson?
Yes, I do.
And when is a notice of plumbing defect created?
Basically, after we perform our SNL exam to determine the defect, if we come up with a defect, we enter NOD to that property.
And when you say SNL, is that a sewer and lateral? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sewer lateral exam.
Okay. And it indicates here you were the inspector, correct? Or
Correct.
my cursor is A. Watson, and you placed dye in a cave-in, correct?
Yes,
And that was the reason you went out to the location to begin with.
yes.
And what is a cave-in?
A cave-in is a hole that's forming. Basically, over time, it's undermining. You cannot visibly see it, but in time, as the dirt sucks away and visibly goes away, it falls in and creates a hole.
Okay. And in this particular case, when you performed the dye test, dye was shown in the vent pipe and the curb trap, correct?
Correct.
And what is a vent pipe and what does it do?
A vent pipe is a fresh air intake. It basically keeps the sewer gas orders from coming back into the house.
And what is a curb trap and what does that do?
A curb trap stops the sewage from backing up to the house from the lateral.
Okay. And dye was shown in both those locations?
Correct.
And why is it important that a vent pipe function properly?
It can keep sewer gas water sewer gas odors from coming back into the house, and it also can keep sewage from backing up into the house. It's
And-
easy access. It's easy access for a plumber to use a snake to unclog a line within the main drain.
Okay, and why is it important for a curb trap to function properly?
It's important for a curb track to function properly so your sewage can get out to the sewer properly as it's supposed to.
Okay, and did you fill out any of the portion of this document that we're looking at, sir?
No, I didn't.
That would have been your supervisor or
Yes.
crew chief, I
My crew-
apologize. And once this document is completed, is this left at the property location? I
Correct.
understand, yes, okay. And whose responsibility is it to maintain the vent pipe?
The homeowner.
And whose responsibility is it to maintain the curb track?
The homeowner.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes, Chairman, I apologize.
Yeah.
Just pulling up a document. Okay. And Mr. Watson, letter G here on the customer responsibility chart is the vent pipe,
Yes.
and letter H right here is the curb trap, correct?
Correct.
And these are both the responsibility of the property owner.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there a reinspection done at this location?
I believe it was.
Okay. I'm gonna
Mr.
show
Chair,
you
it
that.
looks as if Mr. Watson is riding down the street.
Mr. Watson,
Actually had to move from where I was at. I'm not pull over now.
okay, well, can you please pull over and then I'll show you the next document?
I'm about to now.
Okay,
Okay, in this instance, as well as any other incidents, if individuals are moving in a vehicle, they cannot participate in these hearings. You must be stationary in a safe place
yes,
as witnesses and appellants and legal counsel, etc.
yes.
Thank
So
you.
for my remaining witnesses, please take note and park. So I'm gonna show you again, Mr. Watson, you've pulled over?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'll represent to you, you weren't the one that completed this reinspection, but this is a document that's kept in the normal course and scope of PWD business.
Yes.
And these records are completed at or near the time of the events as they occur, correct?
Correct.
And by someone who has knowledge of the information that is on this document, correct?
Correct.
And though you didn't complete this reinspection, and an inspector map went out and performed a reinspection of the location, correct?
Correct.
And it appears that this was done on August 20th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on his observations, his or her, it was found that no repairs were made to the defective vent box and curb trap. Is that correct?
Correct.
So as of August 20th, 2022, no repairs were made, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Santiago, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector based on his testimony? If not, that's okay. You can give us your understanding of what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the problem has been resolved. I applied for a loan from the city. and
Okay,
they
wait.
approved it.
You didn't hear my question, my statement to you, Mr. Santiago. If you don't, do you have any questions of the inspector? The answer is yes or no.
No.
Okay, thank you. So now tell us what you understand to be the facts and what's the current situation.
The problem is already resolved. And I got approved from the city of Philadelphia, loan from the city of Philadelphia. And the problem was resolved. Information that I could send it to you in an email.
Well, are you saying that the repair has been made?
Yes.
Oh, when was that done?
I believe 11/29.
11/29?
I'm sorry. October 29.
October 29th. The
Yeah.
issue though is that, do you know if that particular plumber took out a permit?
Yeah, it's from the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, there's been evidence submitted today that no permits are in the system. So that's an issue. But, okay,
Everything was, I'm sorry, everything was done through the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you very much. So, does that change your presentation, Ms. Athanasiadis?
It does not, Chairman Woodson, as of, because I looked into this before the hearing date, and as of Wednesday, January 4th at 8:55 a.m., there was still, for 3434 Keim Street, I received information that there's still non-compliance.
Okay, let's do this. Mr. Santiago, if you would email to the city of Philadelphia a copy of your work order. Okay?
Sure.
And if you have it, a copy of the permit, or ask the plumber to give you the permit number. Okay? And send that to the city of Philadelphia, and that may answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. Can I get the email?
Well, may I ask a question, Chairman Woodson of Mr.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Santiago?
Sure.
Who is the plumber you use, Mr. Santiago?
I have the contract here. Hold on.
And
Let me see if I can.
because I'm gonna follow up, because as I indicated, as of yesterday, the information I received was that you're still non-compliant, so that no repairs had been made.
Mr. Chair, if I may, for Ms. Anastasia, there is a plumbing permit for 3434 KEIM Street, plumbing permit number 2022-014076. It says the status of the permit. It was issued on the 22nd of September that the work was complete. The contractor is Bartholomew and Emmanuel.
Okay. All right. Well,
So that's a start for her. That's a start for her.
Okay. Mr. Santiago, is that confirmed to the information that you have?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Santiago,
Santiago.
Santiago is
Santiago.
he's sharing his screen with a copy of the receipt and permit?
That's
Yes.
from, I think, who's sharing this? This Mr. Santiago or Mr. Tennant? Who's sharing this information?
I'm sharing it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's the help program. That's the copy of the document that he received.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, Mr. Santiago, that was you applied for the help program, is that correct? That's what this
Yes.
is?
Yes.
Okay.
And they did the work already. The
And
work is done.
based on information introduced by Mr. Tennant, he's saying that the city record is indicating that the work was completed.
Okay,
Yeah.
because that is not the information I received. If possible, Chairman, and for Mr. Santiago, if you could forward me all the documentation you have.
No
if we
problem.
could- And if we could possibly,
Let's do this. We have 10 more cases to hear today. If you could give Mr. Santiago your email address, either into chat mode, or if you're comfortable giving it on the air, we can do that. And he can send it to you. And before we close today, we'll come back to you. How's that?
that's fine, that's fine. And if we could just take, so I can forward this information to see if I'm able to get clarity, because as I indicated as of yesterday,
Okay.
it was indicated that the repairs had not been made.
Okay. All righty. So what we will do, we will continue this matter, and we will come back to it before we close our business today. Mr. Santiago, you can stay with us. Probably good for you to hear our decision. So do you mind staying with us for a short while?
Sure.
Okay. And then we will be able to correct the record. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So we'll put a hold on this one. Okay. All righty.
That should bring us to case 16.
I'm going to ask Miss Athanasiadis. Ms. Athanasiadis, do you want to move on to you? Do you have 2 additional cases? You want to move on to those, or you give you time to do some research before we come back to you?
Could I just, not even like 2 minutes, just so I could forward this, what Mr. Santiago sends to the others, and then I'm happy to move on to the other two cases. I don't want to hold those up.
Okay, all
Just
right,
2 minutes I need, no more, Chairman.
okay,
Mr.
Alrighty.
Woodson, could I
Yes.
ask during those 2 or 3 minutes if we could have a short recess for comfort?
sure, sure. Why don't we do this then? In order to, it's now 4:46. We will resume hearings at 5:05. Okay, so we'll go off the record to 5:05.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay, let's go back. Thank you. Let's go back to Miss Alexandria Athanasis.
Yes, Chairman Woodson. What I am requesting is we can continue on to the other cases. I'm waiting to receive the documentation from Mr. Santiago. I've sent emails and tried to contact people on my end, but as you might imagine, because it's near the end of the day, I was unsuccessful. So I'm having someone continue to try in order to confirm, once I get the documentation from Mr. Santiago, that the requisite repairs have been completed. If I receive a response by the time we finish the next two cases, I will advise the board. In the event that I don't, I would respectfully request that the matter be relisted for the next hearing date, but that would give me time in the interim to either confirm everything said by Mr. Santiago and get clarification on PWD's end.
Okay.
And then I would notify the board to remove the case from the list, marking it moot.
Okay, okay, all right. So what we will do then, we'll proceed on to the next two cases that you're handling, so we can get those out of the way. And by then, hopefully you have the appropriate notifications that you need. I do
Correct.
know that Mr. Santiago was giving your email address, so you may be receiving something from him shortly.
Yes.
That will take care of that. Okay, let's Mr. Wade. This matter we're currently discussing on 3434 Kime Street will be continued for a moment, and we will come back to it at the end of today's session. Let's move on to, I think it's case number 16. You're muted, Mr. Wade.
Case number 16, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003-117. Miguel F. Romano, 9434 Cruztown Road.
Okay, who's handling this matter?
Good afternoon again, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you. And Miguel Romano. Miguel Romano. I don't see Miguel
Oh, I
Romano.
see him, Mr. Chairman Woodson.
He just signed on. He's on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Romano, if you would raise your right hand so that you can be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And before we proceed, Mr. Romano, I just need to confirm with you that who are the owners of 9434 Cruztown Road?
It's my wife and I,
Wife and I, and your wife's name?
Inga Reckman.
Say that slower and spell it, if you would.
Inga Reckman.
Okay. Would you spell the last name, please?
Yes. It is INGA. And then she's gonna kill me. Her last name is pretty difficult. So give me 1 second. Sorry. REKHTMAN.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's why we asked you to spell it. So we need you to get closer to the correct way to respond to that. Okay. Do you have any witnesses for the city?
I do, Robert Chaitlin. Mr.
Yes.
Chaitlin?
Yes, speaking.
Mr. Chaitlin, would you actually, are you possible to
Yeah.
take a seat so we can see your full face? And then we'll need to swear you in.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm ready.
Okay, do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Let's proceed.
This case is before the board as Mr. Romano is appealing a notice of defect that was served on July 20th, 2022 for the property located at 9434 Cruztown Road. This matter was last before the board back in December, but was continued due to my witness being unavailable. On July 20th, 2022, the Philadelphia Water Department went to the location for a depression investigation. While on site, a cave-in was found and a dye test was performed. The dye appeared in the storm lateral through a defective lateral at 9434 Cruisetown Road, and a notice of plumbing defect was issued that date. And as of the most recent data reinspection, which was August 30th, 2022, no repairs had been made. And the city will be calling Mr. Robert Chaitlin, who was the crew chief on the issuing notice.
Okay, Mr. Chapman has been sworn, so please proceed.
Mr. Chaitlin, please state and spell your name for the record.
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Chaitlin, C-H-A-T-E-L-A-I-N.
And what is your current job title?
I'm a sewer maintenance crew chief 1,
And by whom are you employed?
Philadelphia Water Department.
And what are your responsibilities as a crew chief? You said,
I am a crew chief 1. I'm a foreman of a crew that we inspect sewers, city sewers.
and what was your prior position with the Philadelphia Water Department?
My prior position, well, I was a driver and I was on a roofing crew prior to that, but I drove with the same crew, the exam crew it's called.
Okay. And how long have you been a crew chief?
I've been over a year,
A year. Okay.
just over a year, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the address of 9434 Cruisetown Road?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that address?
Well, I re-familiarized myself by reading the ticket because I keep a little documents, but I remember it now after being, because it was like a big sign, no parking or a big sign that was out there when we were out there. I remember the property.
Okay. And did you receive a work order for this particular property that led you to that location?
I did.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with you. And do you see what I'm showing you, Mr. Chaitlin?
Not of now. No, I can only see you, Alex.
Okay. Let's fix that then.
Here we
Okay,
go.
how about now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing what's previously been marked as City Exhibit 2. And Mr. Chaitlin, do you see what I'm showing you?
Yes, this is a work order before it's printed out.
Okay, and what does this work order indicate?
It indicates a depression.
Okay, and this appears, there's some comments here, is that correct?
Yes. The
Okay,
comments are just like a simple, it's the same thing. So if this ticket is a depression, we go out there and we take a star drill and we drill a couple bar holes and we use food coloring to dye test it, to test for any defects in the area.
okay, and this is how this, well, the work address is Grant Avenue and Cruisetown Road, correct? That's the
Yes.
location?
Yes, Grant and Cruisetown Road.
And this is how you went out to that particular location, based on this work order?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you another document. And can you tell me what this is that I'm showing to you? This is marked as City Exhibit 1 for the record.
This is a notice of plumbing defect
Okay.
issued on 7/20/22.
And did you complete any of the portions in this document?
I did. I filled this entire document out besides adding the work order or the property owner's name.
Okay. And is a copy of this document left at the location once completed?
Yes, the original copy is left.
Okay. And you already indicated the date of the notice. What is the service address where this was left?
9434 Cruisetown Road.
Okay. And did you complete the center portion where my cursor is?
I did. It says a defective lateral, defective storm lateral.
Okay. And you indicated that a dye test was done?
Correct.
And can you just quickly let the board know what is a dye test?
It's where we take food coloring dye and we place it in a cave in and we add water and we trace it. Sometimes it might not go anywhere, and sometimes it goes through obvious places where you can see it. In this case, it's a lateral. So Mr. Watson entered the sewer and crawled the sewer up to 9434 Cruztown Road, where he proceeded to see green dye come out a lateral. And at that point, we ID the lateral up top with a different color. This indicates IDing the lateral, thus the reason why I wrote the 9434 Cruztown Road up for a defective lateral.
Okay. And the dye was placed in a cave-in, and can you tell the board what is a cave-in and where the cave-in was located?
So in this case, it was a depression and we drilled bar holes, right? So, you know, when you drill the bar hole, it could be weak underneath because it's already depression because mud or cement or has deteriorated. But a cave-in is a cavity in the street. Any place that's going to be able to receive like drink water where it continuously can go. That's basically it, or depression.
Okay. And what is the importance of a properly functioning storm lateral?
The storm lateral connects you to the sewer. So if it's not working functionally properly, it's going to get clogged up or completely break. Or in this case, it was a major street. So I think they had to shut the street down or maybe half a lane.
Okay, to make repairs to where the
Yeah,
cave-in was located?
to make repairs or, yeah.
So a defective lateral can create a cave-in, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And whose responsibility is it to maintain laterals?
it's a homeowner's.
Okay. And I'm showing you the customer responsibility chart. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the lateral would be letter D, is that correct? Where my
Yes.
cursor is indicated? Okay.
Yeah.
And that appears to be beneath the street, is that correct?
Yes,
Diagram?
yes.
Okay. And just give me a second. So you went out and you were present when the notice was issued.
Yeah, I was the one that wrote it.
Okay. I'm just going to show you one more document. Now, there appears to have been a reinspection done. I'm going to pull that up for you to take a look. Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. Do you see the screen now, Mr. Chaitlin?
Yes,
Okay. And it appears that a reinspection, do you see where my cursor is?
I do. Yes, it says reinspection NOD.
And that was done on August 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And based on this document that I'm showing you, what does this document state?
Well, I didn't do this document, but if it was re-inspected, it not only did I prove and show that it was defective, it looks as though on 8/30/22 that they redid the whole test over. And it's the same result.
So based on the document I'm showing you, it indicates that no repairs were made,
Yes,
and there was another dye test done in the defective lateral.
yes.
Okay. And can you see where my cursor is indicating here to see who went out from the Philadelphia Water Department?
Yes, it's a little blurry, yes.
Okay. Would that be Kevin Daniels?
Yes, it looks like he went out on 8/30/2022.
Okay. And the work order address is 9434 Cruisetown
Yes,
Road, correct?
same address,
Okay,
9434 Cruisetown Road.
okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Romano, do you have any questions of the inspector based on his testimony?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Chamberlain,
know-
if you would unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Romano?
Okay. Again, just repeat it one more time. What is the purpose of the storm drain and the lateral?
Well, the purpose of your lateral is to connect you to either just the sewer, either it being a storm or sanitary. The reason for a storm sewer, is that your question?
Yes.
Is for rainwater and water that comes off your roof and in your driveway, for that to collect and to properly drain.
Okay. Now, what tends to happen, other than a cave-in, what tends to happen if there is a defect in that lateral?
Other things that could happen if you had a defective lateral.
Yes.
It could be clogged. It could work defective for years. Or it could cause a cave-in and depression.
Okay.
They're the three things that I could think of.
Okay. Now, from all your experience, of how many years you've been working on there, are dye tests 100% accurate? Have you ever diagnosed an issue and then it came out to be a different issue?
No, because when we can't physically see it, like in this case, we don't do small sewers because the guy that crawled up there, he has to fit up there to see. You understand? So for him, if he can't see that, I have to get the sewer cleaned so he can go up there. Or if it's not safe enough or it's too small, maybe the pipe reduces itself, we might refer that to a camera crew. And then they will have a video of the incident or the defect in this case.
Okay.
Now with the, okay, go ahead.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have two more questions. Now, who called in the cave-in?
I'm not provided with that information on the ticket.
Because normally it would be like, a resident saying, hey.
Mr. Romano, just ask the question, then you can make your argument later.
Okay. The other question I have is, I do recall you saying, well, sorry. Did the board receive my pictures that I sent?
I don't know if Mr. Chaitlin would know that or not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if that was direct.
No. I'm just speaking to the board because I want to.
No, you asking questions of Mr. Chaitlin at the moment.
Okay.
And so if that's your final question, then we will go back to Ms. Athanasiadis to see if she has any additional witnesses.
No additional.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Chatham.
Okay, Mr. Chaitlin, please don't move or leave until the hearing is done.
I'm here.
Okay, my question to you, from looking at all the documents, even when the inspection was redone, since you didn't do it, you really couldn't speak on the information that's in there. So my question to you is, when the last time you did an inspection, you personally inspected to say that it's not completed?
Well, I want to make sure I understand your question. I didn't do the re-inspection. I did that first inspection, and I work on exams daily. So like last week, I've been on exams and did inspections because I'm a sewer maintenance crew chief. That's what we do. We take out crews.
But my question is, when was either the last time you re-inspected it, or when was the last time it was re-inspected? Either one of those.
Okay, so now when you're saying re-inspected,
Yes, I mean, let me be clear.
Yeah,
From
so you're
looking at the
you say
information.
re-inspected.
Wait. From looking at the information,
Mhm.
the last time it was re-inspected was in August 22.
By who?
By what was on the information that you just testified to.
Yes.
Okay, but my question is, have the property been re-inspected since August of 2022 to today?
Ms.
It's
Anthony
been
Nastianis, do you have the record of the re-inspection since that time?
No, the last re-inspection was done August 30th, 2022, and as of August to today's date, no repairs had been made. There were no permits taken out. There was nothing done by way of, so as we sit here today, it's still deemed a defective lateral.
Due to no permits being taken out.
Right, no record of
Correct.
repairs being made, correct?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Anthony Nastianis, if you don't have any additional witnesses, I'll then ask Mr. Romano to put on his case. Mr. Romano?
Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to hear out my appeal, okay? I understand that these issues fall under my responsibility as a homeowner. But my main issue is, I'm not sure if you guys are aware. This happened on July 20th of last year. The state finished repaving that road on July 20th. That is why, like how, the crew chief guy, that's why he noticed a sign, right in front of the cave-in, because the street department left a sign there, and they are the ones that called for the cave-in from what I'm aware of. That's why I would like to show video. Am I allowed to show video?
Before you do that, let's get to the point of that. What's the point you're making?
Okay, that this cave-in occurred, because the street department just finished repaving that road. And on top of that, where the cave-in occurred, there was already road work done there from the previous years. So the thing that I'm trying to say is, I don't believe that there's an actual cave-in because of my storm lateral. I believe that there's a cave-in because of improper work done by the state, by the state.
Okay, but now this case is not about the cave-in. This case is whether or not your sewer lateral is defective. So that's really the question. Do you know, based on plumbers that you've hired or anyone else, if your sewer lateral was defective?
Well, the thing is, I've tried to hire plumbers. There's been a number of them for the repairs. They're saying that the street is way too big and it's way too out of their scope for them to even take on this project. So they don't-
Wait. They are not able to tell you if your sewer lateral is defective based on the size of the street?
Well, yeah, they were telling me that, they could do a camera check, but like how other people have said before, cameras aren't really that tall tale. They really don't.
Well, they could excavate your sewer lateral to determine if it's defective.
Yes, but someone would have to pay for that. And
Yes, you would. You're the homeowner.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say though is that this cave-in happened because of the street department, because of
But sir, you're missing the point. The issue is not the cave-in or what caused the cave-in. The issue is your sewer lateral. You're not being asked to repair the cave-in or anything like that. You've been asked to repair your sewer lateral.
Yeah, I'm asked to repair the sewage lateral because of the cave-in though.
No. You asked to repair the sewer lateral because it's defective.
Yes, but why is it defective? What,
Who
there's
knows?
no stormwater going into my basement.
No. No one here has offered evidence as to what caused your sewer lateral to be defective. And the city hasn't said there's a cause for it. There are probably 40, 50 different reasons a sewer lateral can become defective. The issue is, if it's defective, who's responsible for repairing it? And in this instance, in the city of Philadelphia, the homeowner is.
Yes, but what happens if someone damaged my storm lateral?
Then you take legal action against whoever damaged your sewer lateral.
I'm trying to, but no one wants to take responsibility because it's a state road. So the state is telling me they have no control over it. And then I'm talking to the city saying they were never there. So I'm having a very difficult time just trying to talk to someone about this issue. The only
Okay.
people I've so far been able to talk to is you guys.
Okay, in the meantime, though, you have to get a plumber if you don't believe your sewer lateral is defective to determine if it is defective and then take the appropriate action to repair it. And then consult legal counsel or your city political leaders to help you with the other matter of taking action against the appropriate agency. There's two separate issues. We can't help you with determining who may or may not have caused the cave-in or damage to your sewer lateral. That is not what this board has authority to do.
Mhm.
Only the fact that a violation was issued, and we're here to determine if it was issued properly.
Okay.
So that's all we can do. Any other questions for Mr. Romano or anyone else?
Yes, just give me 1 second. No, I guess, I'm speaking to the wrong agency. That's what, I'm
Yes, in
coming-
terms of the cave-in and what may or may not have caused the sewer lateral damage, we are not in a position to address that, unfortunately, in this instance.
Okay, yeah, I've been getting estimates of something crazy, so.
Okay. I mean, there's depending on your income, you may be able to get a low income, low interest rate assistance from the water department. They provide support in that way, and there may be other ways to do that. And also refer you to your city council person.
I'm
or
getting estimates of upwards to $40,000. From the
Okay.
health department, I got it of $20,000, and they even said it possibly even more.
Yeah, and it may be. I wouldn't debate that because depending on the depth of the plumbing lines, it may in fact require that kind of work. But I'm just suggesting to you in this instance, this
Thank
board
you
is
very
outside
much.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So would you know who I can actually talk to about this?
Mr. Athanasiadis, do you have any support here before we go to a vote on this?
I do not, Chairman Woodson. What I was merely going to say is we're here for the notice of defect and strictly that the lateral is defective. I wouldn't know regarding the other things Mr. Romano is indicating, that the state went out and what they fixed or what they didn't do. I have no control over that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have an answer for your question, sir. I would suggest I would direct you to your city council person or state rep. They may be able to provide some support and direct you to the appropriate agency.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to call the vote on HA-2022-003117. Miguel F. Romano, 9434 Cruz Town Road, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. I think we're done, Mr. Romano. We voted unanimous, city affirmed. So the best of luck in resolving this.
All right.
Let's move on to the next matter.
Case number 17, hearing appeal number HA 2022-004382. Hi, 1258 South 28th Street.
Good afternoon, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city in this matter, and my witness in this case would be Mr. Calvin Alexander.
Okay. Mr. Alexander present.
Yes, he is.
I see a Dwight Green. I don't see a Calvin Alexander.
I apologize, Mr. Woodson. He's using his supervisor's computer, so that is Mr.
Okay.
Alexander.
Mr. Alexander, raise your right hand, please, so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, is anyone here representing
Hello.
your name, ma'am?
Hi, I go by Christy.
Okay, and the property in question, is that your residence?
Yes.
And whose name is on the deed?
Mine. But one of the notices I received from the city states William Cropper, which is the landowner prior to me, this house being built and purchased by me.
Okay, so how long have you been the owner of the property?
Since it was built in 2018.
Okay, and just for the record, so that we don't have any confusion, Christie is your legal given name?
No, my legal name is Hi O.
Oh, your legal name, and that's the name that appears on the deed.
Yes,
Okay, and Christie is a name that your English version
nickname, yeah.
nickname. Okay, all right. Because we have to make absolutely certain that you have the legal authority to make decisions for this property.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Athanasiadis, are all the legal notices that you have, whose name will they go to?
Chairman, Ms. O is correct. The notice that was mailed indicates a Cropper William, but I have Mr. Alexander, who was present on site, to testify that an actual notice was also left at the property. And I would also argue that whether or not the property owner is incorrectly listed, Ms. O obviously received a copy of the notice of the defect. So there are no standing issues because she
Okay.
received the notice and appealed, so we can move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so please move forward then with your question here, Mr. Alex.
A notice of defect was served for the property, 1258 South 28th Street on October 19th, 2022. The Philadelphia Water Department was on site for manhole maintenance. And while on site, a dye test was performed and dye appeared in the sewer through a defective lateral at 1258 South 28th Street. The notice of defect was issued that day, and as of the date of the most recent reinspection, which was November 21st, 2022, no repairs had been made. And I will be calling Mr. Calvin Alexander as my witness, who on the date of the notice, he was the crew chief on site. Mr. Alexander, please state and spell your name for the record.
Calvin Alexander. Calvin, Calvin. Alexander, Alexander.
And by whom are you employed?
Philadelphia Water Department,
And how long have you been employed by the Philadelphia Water Department?
14 years.
And what is your current job title?
Crew chief,
And how long have you been a crew chief?
7 years.
And what is your responsibility as crew chief?
I take the crew out. We perform duties with whichever was handed to us for the workday. And that's it.
Okay. And prior to being crew chief, what was your job title with the water department?
I was a sewer maintenance inspector.
Okay. And you're familiar with this address, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, do you see what I'm showing you, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I see it.
And what is this that I'm showing you?
It's a notice of a plumbing defect.
Okay, and when is a plumbing defect created?
When we're called to a residence or a street, and we find whatever the defect was that we were responding to, whether it's a cave-in or water in a basement, or you have a depression in the street or the sidewalk.
Okay, and you were the crew chief back on October 19th, 2022 for this
Yes,
particular NOD?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and can you tell me, did you complete any portion of this document?
I completed most of it except for the work order number and the property owner. All the rest I've completed myself.
Okay, so the service address where the defect was found was 1258 South 28th Street?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the board, this middle section, it says dye placed in cave-in, just quickly let the board know what a cave-in is?
Okay, a cave-in is formed when there's when a cave-in starts, it starts by a depression, and then it turns into a cave-in. What happens is there something causing it. It could be the sewer, it could be a defect in the sewer, or it could be caused by the home pipes leading to the sewer. In this case, when we did a dye test for the cave-in, the dye showed in the sewer through a defective lateral. And when we said it's defective lateral, it meant that the lateral had separations in it. It could be crushed, separated from the sewer, and it pulls the dirt in down from the street, and which in turn cause a cave-in.
Okay. And when this dye test was done, was it just done and visible on top, or did someone actually crawl into the sewer for this particular dye test?
When we initiated the dye test, we did send someone in for a physical inspection.
And when someone went in, it was determined that the dye shown in the lateral associated with 1258 South 28th Street?
That's correct.
Okay. And why is it important that a lateral function properly?
For one, all the sewage and stormwater that comes from the home, from the inside, it comes out to the street into the sewer. If there's a cave-in there, you can cause a safety hazard, which it prevents traffic, whether it's vehicle traffic or human traffic, from getting through. The other thing is, if there's something wrong with your lateral, it could back up into your house at some point. The other thing which causes a hazard to the homeowner. And the other thing is, you want to get it fixed, or the problem is going to get bigger than what it started out to be.
Okay. And whose responsibility is it to fix and maintain the lateral?
The property owner is responsible for that.
And you heard earlier that the property owner's name that was listed on this notice of defect was incorrect.
Yes, I did.
Okay. But when you're on site, you don't fill that portion of the notice of defect in, correct?
No, I don't. Only information I have is the address.
And is it your policy, and is it the policy of the Philadelphia Water Department to leave the notice of defect while you're on site? Do you actually leave a physical copy at the address?
Yes, we leave the top portion goes to which is the first copy, goes to the homeowner. And the other two copies we bring back with us with the what we found as far as a worksheet.
Okay. And I'm going to be sharing my screen again. Now, this is a record that's kept and maintained. Have you ever seen this type of record, Mr. Alexander, a reinspection report?
I've seen them, yes.
And this is a document that's kept in the normal course and scope of the Philadelphia Water Department, correct?
Yes, that wouldn't be kept by me. That'll be kept by customer service.
Right, but it's kept in as a normal document.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll represent to you, you were not the supervisor nor the inspector that went out, but this document indicates that an inspector Mapp, am I reading that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Performed a reinspection on November 16th, 2022.
Yes.
And his note indicates that no repairs were made to the defective lateral at 1258. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And these reinspection reports are, to your knowledge, are they completed at or near the time of the actual reinspection?
Yes.
And so As of November 2022, no repairs based on that document I showed you have been made, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. O, do you have any questions of the inspector based on his testimony?
I do. Can you explain further what the curb box is?
Okay, your curb box is a section of your sewage line that comes, your curb box first is on the sidewalk.
Mr. Alexander, let me interrupt you for a moment. Ms. Athanasiadis, would you mind putting up that graphic, please? I don't think that'll provide an answer directly. Mr. Alexander can walk Ms. O through that graphic.
The customer responsibility chart, Chairman Woodson?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that may help.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ms. O, what was the item you were asking about?
The curb box.
That's in.
Mhm.
Mr. Alexander, any further comment on that? That would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, you have two right there. That's a separate system that you're looking at. It would be, actually, it'll be F. F going down to G, that'll be yours right there. That one section, F, G, and H. That's all your sanitary section.
Is that clear to you, Ms. O?
Yes. I guess my next question would be, Mr. Alexander, they had been doing street work on my road for months prior to me receiving the notice of defect. And the Philadelphia Water Department was on site the entire time. I was wondering if you were the crew chief during that entire time period.
I was one of them, yes.
So how come do you remember when you started when your team was started being on site on 28th Street?
There was multiple days. I'm not sure what exact day I was there, but I was present.
So I believe construction or Philadelphia Water Department started being on my road around, I think May, around there. The road was still shut down around sometime in July. So I was just wondering why I didn't receive a notice of defect until October, after all the roads were paved and you guys had already come and gone multiple times.
Well, there was multiple defects on that block, and we had to reinsure all those ones that were fixed prior were fixed correctly. And then when we got back around to yours, I was there for yours twice.
Mm-hmm.
So the second time, well, the first time it was unsafe for us to go in there. You had heavy equipment on that block. So you cannot send anyone in the sewer to do an inspection on a lateral because it's dangerous. You have heavy equipment above your head. So the second time we came, that's when we found the defect.
So I had submitted request 2311 regarding the hole in front of the house that's above the lateral,
Yes.
starting back in early of 2021. But how come it was closed, saying that it was taken care of, but then months, it was almost a year later, is now when I'm being told that it was an issue with safety.
I'm gonna object as to relevance. Mr.
Yeah, Ms. O.
Alexander's here
Yeah,
for the Philadelphia
okay.
Water Department and what they found. He has no information or control over 311 or any information relating to any requests.
Ms. O, I guess the issue here though is given your sewer lateral problem being
Mhm.
defective, I'm not sure what your questions are going to. And because earlier Mr. Alexander didn't testify to anything related to that. So what is it? What are you contending?
I guess I'm just wondering, do you actually have physical proof that I can look at to see what type of defect it is, so that I can let whoever know what actually needs to be resolved at this point?
I think that was described earlier by Mr. Alexander in terms of the tests that were done.
Mhm.
and you have a violation notice that indicates that your lateral, that what's defective in your system, you should share that with the plumber.
So well, this is just a questioning of Mr. Alexander. In the next section, I was gonna show proof of me having brought somebody out to look at the defect, the supposed defect.
Okay, well, let's do this then. Do you have any, if you don't have any additional questions, Mr. Alexander, let's go to you and then you can present your case. But before you do that, I need to find out from the city, do you have, Ms. Athanasiadis, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not. I would just like to mark and move into evidence City 1 and the customer responsibility chart and City 2.
So move. Thank you. Now, Ms. O, what was your position in terms of the status of your plumbing system?
So as of right now, I'm not like Mr. Alexander had stated that there was a hazard to the public or could be a hazard to the homeowner. I didn't realize there was any sort of defect in my lateral until they came out and I received the notice of defect.
Okay.
So I actually tried to do my due diligence and immediately reached out to my homeowner's insurance because I do have service line warranty on my home.
Okay.
And they recommended that I reach out to American Leak Detection, which I had come out as soon as they could. And they didn't find any defect. They ran a camera 14 feet into the street and did not find any defect in my lateral line, which I tried to send over the video over to the city, but the file was too large. So I just submitted the evidence of the statement provided by the American Leak Detection. So I'm not really sure what defect I'm supposed to be like correcting.
Well, I think the issue comes down to is whether or not what the city did is a more accurate way to measure a defect than what the camera work showed. So I guess, and I believe it's been testimony that a dye was used. Is that the case, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, that's it. That is the case. We use dye, water.
Do you use a sewer crawler?
That's correct. We use a sewer crawler as well.
Okay. So in this instance, the city used a dye and also had an individual go down in the sewer and crawl to get to that location.
So then I've lived in this home, like prior to me living in this home, there was no home here. So I'm assuming that the Board of like License and Inspections comes out and views the sewage line and the lateral lines to find any sort of defect prior to the home being listed for sale.
Not before this is for sale, but when it was under construction.
While it was under construction.
Yeah,
or
but not
anytime prior to me purchasing the home.
right. So they don't determine the quality or the soundness of that system before it's sold between buyers, sellers and buyers.
Yeah, but prior to me living here, there was no home ever. Like in the past 50 years, it used to be my neighbors.
There may not have been, but you have to understand though, if there is a problem, then you need, as the homeowner, to have a plumber come in. And if you determine that your system was not damaged, is not damaged, you have legal recourse against the water department.
So can I show documentation that was provided by the American Leak Detection showing that there was no defect in the lateral?
What is it that you want to show and how long is it?
No. It's just like a form, like I got
Sure,
documentation.
please. Yeah, absolutely.
Like a documentation from a professional, like an
Yes.
expert showing that there was no
Sure.
defect.
Do you have do you have a it's digital so we can show it online?
I was gonna pull it up and I also submitted it to Mrs. Athanasiadis and the board on December 30th.
But if you want to present it, if you want to present it today as part of your argument, just
I have it.
request to share the screen and we'll let you show it.
Sure. So are you able to see that screen right now from the American Leak Detection?
Yes.
So I had the technician come out on November 4th. And then under the technician notes, he says that he did not see or suspect any type of defect in the lateral line.
Would you underline or point out where that conclusion shows up?
How do I? Right here.
Okay.
So I went, so then after that, after I submitted everything, I reported back over to, how do I stop this? So then I submitted it to my insurance agent because I was following their direction. And they deemed that there was no defect in my lateral, so I'm not really sure exactly what I'm supposed to be fixing next.
Okay, did you give them a copy of the city's report?
I did.
And did Ms. Athanasiadis, does that report include the results of the dye test or individuals or video of the dye test?
Well, the dye test was performed on site. The only way there would have been a video, Chairman Woodson, is if it was the CCTV unit that went out.
Yes.
But this was done by, as Mr. Alexander testified, he was on site and a crawler went in. So there is no video done when that type of test is performed.
Okay.
And if I may just, or if Ms. O is done, I'd like to respond and follow up
Sure.
with Mr. Alexander.
Ms. O, do you have any additional information you want to share
No.
before? Okay.
No, that is all. Thank you.
Okay.
So I did not receive the video. I'd also like to indicate that though Ms. O purchased the property in 2018, this notice of defect was issued in 2022. So that's ample opportunity for a lateral to, not function properly or something to go wrong. And if I could just, Mr. Alexander, you
Yes.
heard Ms. O testify that a camera was sent down and no visible defects were shown. Can a defect be present and a camera not pick it up or locate it?
Yes, it can be there. If they would have did a dye test along with that camera, they would have seen it. That's how we saw it.
And is a dye test more reliable in your opinion as crew chief than just a camera or the naked eye?
Yes, it is. The dye test will enhance whatever problem exists. And it's easier for us to see it as opposed to taking a camera, just running it through the line with no dye, because you're not looking at anything but a pipe and a little bit of water that's coming out. We flooded the cave in with water and dye, and that's how we found it.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Ms. O, you may want to take the city's report and share that with your testing company and or your insurance company. See if there's any further actions they can take to support your claim.
And then I didn't think it was relevant because I didn't, because for the previous cases, I didn't want to bring it to relevance because it's not really there was a hole in the street for over a year, which meant that there was weathering and everything like that could have caused a defect. So I just didn't really want to mention that.
I'm just going to object as to the characterization. Ms. O isn't an expert and she's provided no report indicating that her defective lateral is as a result of anything she just testified to. The whole.
So noted.
So would I be able to present that to you, or it's not right now? I thought we were trying to clarify whether or not there is a defect in the lateral line. I thought it would be moot in order to present the cause of the defect.
What we're doing today is responding to your appeal. And you appeal based on a violation notice that was written by the city of Philadelphia. And so what we're going to do today is to vote to determine if the city properly inspected your house and properly, based on its rules and regulations, determined that the lateral was defective. That's essentially what we do. And if it did all of those things, then in fact, as the homeowner, there's certain actions you should take. Okay. So that's where we are today. So we have to make a determination of that.
So is there any way that I can get a continuance for now in order to hire or to have the leak detection to come back out to run a dye test in order to perform, to see if there is an actual defect in my lateral line again versus the,
You may have to get a plumber to come out and excavate for you to help determine that. But the board can we aren't prepared to continue the matter, but I think we could make a decision in terms of asking the city not to take any further enforcement action for a limited period of time. But I think at this point, continuance is not the appropriate action to take.
okay, whatever wording that was, I'm sorry, I don't.
Well,
really know.
they're very distinctive legal matters, approaches,
Sorry.
and they each have different consequences. And so we have to be careful. Any additional questions of Ms. O?
No,
Okay. If not,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a quick question of Mr. Alexander?
yes.
Mr. Alexander, is it standard practice? I mean, the homeowners are advised to get a plumber to verify or to repair what the city finds as a defective lateral. Would a licensed plumber automatically do a dye test as part of that request? Or would the homeowner have to request that specifically?
If you know, Mr. Alexander.
If you know, having done this for 14 years, do you have any experience with whether or not a plumber would automatically do the dye test as the city water department does?
No, they won't.
Okay, so it has to be requested.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. O, we understand this is a difficult circumstance, so we don't take this lightly. But we're certain restrictions that we have to deal with here. Okay. Okay. We will poll the board regarding HA-2022-004382 High O 1258 South 28th Street. City firm with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
Ms. O, what we've done is affirm the city's violation notice, but we're asked that they not take any additional enforcement action for at least 60 days. So make the phone calls you need to make, but also ask that you stay in touch with Mr. Alexander, the inspector, and Ms. Athanasiadis, okay?
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
So that they know that you're taking appropriate action, so everyone is aware of the work that you're doing to try to resolve the problem, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Chairman Woodson, that concludes my business, but I'm going to stay on because I'm going to try to go through my emails and follow up regarding 3434 Kime Street to see if I can get hopefully
Okay.
a resolution today. So I'm just going to
Okay.
log off because I know you have one more case. And if I
Okay.
have information, I'll log back on.
Well, let's do this. We'll need you to come back on. You can
Yes.
may mute yourself.
Yes, that's
Just
what I mean.
mute yourself because we'll need to call you back
Yes.
regardless.
Okay.
Okay, let's go down to the next matter.
Case number 18, hearing appeal number HA 2021-003-390, Chang Ho and Sheila Kim, 6700 Sprague Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, good afternoon. Who's representing the appellants?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Daniel Silver.
Mr. Silver. Okay, Ms. Skiles, do you have witnesses for tonight?
Yes, my only witness for this case is Miss Jody Wilkins.
Okay, Ms. Wilkins, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The way we will proceed, Ms. Skiles will begin her questioning, and Mr. Silver, of course, you can cross-examine at the appropriate time and then put on your case.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to make a brief opening statement to clarify the issues for the board.
Okay, well, let's do this. I'd like Ms. Skiles to clarify the issues with regard to the violations, and then if you want to offer an opening statement after that, you may do so.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Skiles?
So I think both parties agree on the facts here. What happened was the ownership changed for this tobacco retailer. They changed from a partnership, they incorporated, and they're now a corporation. Because of that, when they went to apply to renew their permit, it was denied as tobacco permits are not transferable. They cannot transfer it from the partnership to the new owner, which is a corporation. And I can get into that with more detail with Ms. Wilkins' testimony, but that is basically, the department decided not to renew their license because there was nothing to renew as the ownership of the tobacco retailer had changed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Silver?
Yes, if I may, Your Honor, the owners, the act, let me start over. The Grand Food Market is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Kim. They've owned it and they've been in business there for about 25 years. In 2000, and they have gotten a tobacco permit since 2012. At least 2012, might even been before that. And in 2018, they wrote a letter to the city advising them that they had changed from a partnership to an S corporation, and advised them they had a commercial activity license and a tobacco permit license. The tobacco permit license was renewed for 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, all of which was approved by the city. The city did not ever tell Mr. Kim that because it went from a partnership to a corporation, that the tobacco license had to be changed. And basically, the people didn't change, the ownership didn't change. It was his husband and wife, and the accountant advised him for tax purposes to incorporate as opposed to a partnership. The city was notified, and yet the tobacco permit license was renewed for 3 or 4 years until 2000, I guess, late, whenever they came out to check on this property. That's when they made the determination that since it had changed, that they
Okay.
were not going to, just so Your Honor is aware of what.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And I think that's undisputed. I think
Okay.
it would be stipulated to by the city,
Okay,
those facts.
okay. Well, let's do this. Is that a request that the city stipulate to those facts or not?
Yes, yes, it is.
Ms. Gauss?
Which facts exactly, I guess?
Yeah, you had a pretty long statement, Mr. Silver. You had specifically which
Okay.
facts are you want to stipulate?
Well, in my letter to the board submitting the evidence, I submitted the documents indicating that first of all, that they had a retail permit beginning in 2012. And it was okay. And that there was a letter dated January 30th, 2018 from Grand Food Market, Inc. to the Philadelphia Department of Public Health, Environmental Health Services, Tobacco Control Program, 321 University Avenue, second floor, Philadelphia, PA 19104, which was my third exhibit in my letter, saying that they had changed from a partnership to a corporation. Subsequently, the tobacco license was approved for 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And it wasn't until sometime in 2022 that the city, who had not responded to the notice saying that it had changed, that they wouldn't give this guy a license, and he's been without the tobacco permit since that time. He stopped, once the city told him, he immediately stopped selling the cigarette.
Mr. Silver, wait a minute. You're going in an argument now. Just tell us which
All right,
facts.
well,
you
then I
to be
want
stipulated to.
the city to stipulate to all the documents I sent to the board in my letter of January 2nd.
Okay, that's overly broad, but Ms. Gauss, do you want to stipulate to that or not?
I will stipulate that they were given the tobacco retailer permit in their personal names. And I think that's why we're here, is because we can't renew that because the ownership has changed to a corporation. So I'll stipulate that they were granted a tobacco retailer permit in the past. But other than that, I won't stipulate to the rest of the documentation.
Okay, well, let's go and move on then to you presenting your case.
Okay, Ms. Wilkins, please state your position with the city.
I am Jody Wilkins, sanitarian supervisor with the City of Philadelphia Health Department.
Okay, and how long have you acted in that capacity?
About over 12 years.
Okay. And as part of your role, do you review tobacco retailer permit renewal applications?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you familiar with Grand Food Market at 6700 Sprague Street?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how are you familiar with them?
They were a business that had been had applied for a tobacco retailer permit as stated since 2012. And we had been, reviewing the applications up until that time, and as stated, had approved it up until last year.
Okay, and so what year was their application for renewal denied?
For 2022.
For 2022, okay.
I believe it's-
And what name was on the application for the renewal?
The name on the application was, let me see, it was under Chang Ho. I think because based on the tax entity, I didn't have the other partner on there, Sheila, that name wasn't on it, but Chang Ho Kim was the one that permit is under.
Okay, and he applied to renew that permit under his name, Chang Ho Kim? Okay.
I'm going to object to that because I'm not sure that's what the permit says. As one of my documents, I have the tobacco products license for 2018, 2019, 2020 as part of my exhibits, and they were listed as Grand Food Market or Grand Food Market Inc.
Okay, well, let's do this. Your objection is noted, and I guess the way to resolve it easily enough, Ms. Wilkins, you have in front of you the license that was issued, a copy of the license?
Actually, the database I'm currently on it, I don't have a copy of their permit, the last permit application in front of me at the moment, because my database went down earlier. But what I will state is that what he's talking about, tobacco product license, is not our license. It's called the tobacco retailer permit. So that's not relevant to my case.
Okay.
What is the tobacco product license?
That's from the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue.
And not, so in addition to having the tobacco products license, you also need to have a tobacco retailer permit to sell tobacco products here in Philadelphia. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you are reviewing.
Again, I have to interrupt.
So noted, overruled. Let's move on.
Well, it's not, it's inaccurate.
Listen, I ruled on your objection, so we're going to move on to the questioning.
No,
please proceed.
To this testimony.
Please proceed, Ms. Skiles.
When you are reviewing the renewal applications, what type of things do you consider when deciding to grant or reject the application?
Okay, so what happened in for 2022 applications. Prior to that, let me just say, primarily before that, our basic review was to make sure that they did not sell tobacco to minors. That was the primary review. If that didn't happen, then, and they paid, it was generally okay, unless I found an issue prior to that. In 2022, it was decided within the Environmental Health Services, not just to review for youth sale violations, but also compliance to food, because most tobacco retailers are food retailers also. So part of environmental health services is our food department. And even though I am primarily tobacco enforcement, I am under that umbrella as well. So in that review for 2022, which was then the renewal, the question was on their permit for 2021. I apologize. I think it was between 21, 22. During that period of time, we were now reviewing food compliance. So in that process is 3 tenements. One is that if they have an updated current food license, and what is the name of that? Then we check their food inspection reports to make sure that they are compliant to the food compliance side and all food regulations. And third is if there's any fees owed to the health department. So in that review, I found that the business names did not match.
Okay.
Grand Food Market is different than Chang Ho Kim, at this point.
And so you discovered, when did you discover this discrepancy?
I discovered this, let me see, let's see about, I want to say, a couple of years ago. So now we're talking about.
I'm going to
basically-
object to that answer, Your Honor.
Mr. Silver, that's so noted, overruled. Ms. Wilkins,
Yeah.
please complete your answer. I
Okay,
need you
so,
to get your
yeah.
answer out first.
Yeah, so,
Said 7 years ago, Your Honor.
Sir, you can cross-examine her when
Okay.
it's your turn.
Thank you, sir.
okay, so, this is 2023. So in 2021,
And
in 2022, it was, it continued to be discovered because he has been waiting for an appeal for some time now.
okay, so it was
that-
during 2021 when reviewing the 2022 renewal application, when you discovered that the business had changed ownership.
Yes, it was in between these last couple of years.
Okay, so with the board's permission, I will share my screen.
Yes.
And let me scroll to the top. Okay, Miss Wilkins, can you see what is marked City Exhibit 1?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, and what is the document that is identified as City Exhibit 1?
Note my objection to that document, Your Honor.
So noted.
This is a
Please.
food inspection report.
Okay, and was this document something that you eventually reviewed when making your decision to deny this renewal application?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'll now scroll down to one of the violations at the bottom. Could you read what violation 61 is?
It said that the food establishment licensee and an operation change requires submission of a plan review application. The plan review guidelines includes this application can be obtained at this website. And then the one second highlight is that the inspection revealed a change of ownership be required to complete a change of ownership application. Please visit this website.
Okay, and the date of this food inspection report? At the
10/23/18.
Okay. And this City Exhibit 2, can you see City Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is this screenshot, City Exhibit 2?
This is the listing through the Eclipse LNI website for licenses. And it shows the food license information for Cheng Ho and Kim Sheila Kim and Grand Food Market Inc.
Okay, so you can also see here how their licenses for a period of years were in their individual names. And then in 2018 and 2022, it changed to the corporation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so the review of these licenses, is that kind of what made you discover the change in ownership?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And I'll now scroll to City Exhibit 3, which is the commercial activity license.
Note my continuing objection.
Could I ask for the basis of the objection?
Objection, that's what I want to inquire about.
I wasn't supplied that until last night, Your Honor. They were emailed to me last night.
Okay,
and I
all right.
didn't see it until today.
Okay, so noted. Thank you. Overruled.
Okay.
Please proceed.
So, Ms. Wilkins, City Exhibit 3 is the commercial activity license?
Yes, that's correct.
And who was this commercial activity license issued to?
Grand Food Market, Inc.,
And then the effective date for that commercial activity license?
1/30/18.
Okay. So scrolling down to City Exhibit 4, this is a food prep license?
Yes,
And what is the effective date of this food prep license?
4/30/17, expired 4/30/17, effective date 2/6/17.
Okay, and who was this food prep license issued to?
It was in the individual name Cheng Ho and Kim, Sheila Kim.
Okay. And then this is City Exhibit 5. This is another food prep license, Ms. Wilkins?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and when was this food prep license issued?
4/14/17.
Okay, and who was this food prep license issued to?
Cheng Ho Kim and Sheila Kim.
Okay. Moving on to City Exhibit 6. Is this another food prep license, Ms. Wilkins?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and when was this food prep license issued?
8/10/21.
And who was it issued to?
Grand Food Market, Inc.
Okay. And then moving on finally to City Exhibit 7, the renewal of that last food prep license, what was the effective date of that license?
8/10/22.
Okay, and who was this food prep license issued to?
Grand Food Market, Inc.
Okay. And this City Exhibit 8, this is a dumpster license for Grand Food Market. What was the effective date of this
I'm
license?
objecting again, Your Honor.
4/18.
Relevance, Your Honor.
It would be relevant to show that from 2018, the appellants have started to change all of their licenses over for their location to the corporation, but failed to do so for the tobacco permit. So it
Okay,
would show
so-
their knowledge that they had to change the license over, but failed to do so.
Okay. Objection overruled. Please proceed.
Sorry, Ms. Wilkins, the effective date for this dumpster license?
5/4/2018.
And who was this issued to?
Grand Food Market, Inc.
Grand Food Market. And City Exhibit 9 is just a portion of the code that I would like to just cite for closing arguments, but I can stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you.
So if the appellants were to make an application, can they renew, let me rephrase, can you transfer a tobacco retailer permit?
No, they would have to apply as new. And that for any time there's a change of ownership, you have to submit a new application.
Okay, so at this time, is there any way they could not renew the tobacco retailer permit under their new ownership, Grand Food Market, Inc.?
No, they would not be eligible for a permit.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Wilkins at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilkins, I would like to ask, why would they not be eligible for a permit at this time?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Why are they not eligible for a permit?
It's either they're in the cap district or school zone. And it
Do you
may
know
be-
which is the case? Do you know which is the case in this matter?
I can find that out shortly by pulling the address in the map, because.
Okay, but those would be the two typical reasons why they would not be eligible?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right. Mr.
Sorry,
Silver,
could
do you-
I just ask one short question before
Okay.
moving on to cross?
Yes.
Was a new application ever submitted, or did they simply try to renew the existing permit?
No new application has never been submitted. And throughout this period of time has always been about trying to retain the previous permit.
Okay, thank you for that
Okay.
clarification. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Silver, you have any cross?
Yeah, I sure do. Ms. Wilkins, did you ever tell them that they had to file a new permit, a new application?
And there in the denial letter that I.
Did you ever tell them?
Mr.
been
Silver, you
allowed-
have to allow
Yeah,
her
but
to
you're not
answer the
answering the
question.
question, Your
Allow
Honor.
her to answer, allow her to, is chairperson, and also allow her to answer the question, okay?
All right, I'll ask it again. Did you personally tell Mr. and Mrs. Kim that they had to file a new application?
Did I speak to him? I spoke to him several times. And
Okay.
within the email or in the communications, I always stated that the business had to be treated as new. New meaning they can file a new application. If
Okay.
they're not aware of
thank-
that, then I'll apologize for that. But I believe that
Okay.
that was communicated. I can probably find the email that which I sent.
Okay. Why did you change the food processing permit to the corporation?
I'm going to object just to, it's outside the scope of Miss Wilkins' knowledge.
She testified, Your Honor.
Well,
she was-
oh, wait. This is what we're gonna do. She did testify and identify the documents. And what I will ask her to do is if she has knowledge of how those documents are done, then I will permit it. If you know, Ms. Wilkins, say so. If you don't, then you don't.
What was the question? I apologize.
My question is, what made you change the food permit license name?
What did I change it? No, I didn't change the business. did.
What made the city change it then?
You mean the protocol in terms of why we're looking at food
Well,
licenses?
Well, let me step back. Who makes the decision to change the license name?
The owner of the business make changes to what their licenses are. Now, it is up to us whether we're going to review the application based on change, but they apparently have continued to renew under the old owner, knowing they changed.
You're not answering my question, madam.
What is
I'm
the question, sir?
I'm asking you a simple question.
That doesn't appear, sir.
You testified in 2018 at some point, the food processing license was changed to the corporation. And my question is, why did the city change that name? If you
The
know.
city did not change the name, sir. You admitted earlier yourself that they made a change based on an accountant's recommendation. So
That's
it's
not
not
what
the city
I-
that made Grand Food Market Inc. So I don't know what you're asking.
Let's do this. Let me ask a question, then I will intervene here. When a name change occurs in a license, is that based on a owner deciding and submitting a new name, or does the city itself decide to change the name?
Sorry, Mr. Wilson, can you repeat that one more time?
When name change is made to a license, is that because the license holder says, I have a change I want to make, or does the city itself arbitrarily makes the change?
It's up to the owner to make changes.
Okay, thank you.
We accept them or not based on. the
Yes,
given
that's answered. You've answered it.
Okay, so is it as a result of the letter of January 30th, 2018 that I've submitted as part of my evidence to the Philadelphia Department of Public Health, where Mr. Kim told the Philadelphia Department of Public Health, and by the way, the environmental health program, tobacco control program at 321 University Avenue, second floor, is that your address?
Yes, I did not receive that letter. This is the first time I ever heard you discuss a letter. I was not privy to that package, so I have not reviewed that letter. I don't know nothing about it.
Well, can you look at the letter that?
Mr. Silver, you were
I
beginning
don't
with a
have the
different line.
letter, sir.
Mr. Silver, you were beginning with a different line of questioning.
Oh.
So would you continue that?
All
we
right, so
can-
you never received that January 30th, 2018 letter?
No, I did not.
How about if I read it to you?
Go for it.
Oh,
I
wait,
have
hold
put-
on a minute. Wait. Ms. Wilkins,
Yeah,
your responses have to be professional at every turn. Understand?
man.
And this is
So if
not
he
an
would like
argument.
to read it, he could. read it.
Wait, listen, I'm talking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your responses must be professional and to the point and not evasive. Mr. Silver, I expect the same thing from you.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
And now you're in cross. So in fact, you examine her based on what she said. If the letter was not part of her original testimony, then it's not going to be part of your cross. Understand?
Well, I'm
And
asking
you can put in your case when it's your turn to put your case on. And you can call it back as a rebuttal
Your
witness.
Honor, I'm just trying to find out why the city changed the name, and this letter is why they changed the name. And that's why I'm asking her if she ever received it, and that's why they changed it. And
And
she
her
doesn't
answer-
seem to
and
know,
her
and she
answer-
denies getting it.
Yeah, her answer is no, she didn't receive the letter. So let's move on.
Okay, did you ever tell Mr. Kim subsequent to 2018 that if the corporation, if the ownership changed from a partnership to a corporation, that he would have to apply for a new tobacco permit?
No, I did not, because I've never spoken to him prior to 2018. Prior
Okay.
to, our
Would
current.
would anybody of the city have told him that?
It was stated when the regulations came out, all retailers were notified that there were regulations, that they were grandfathered in under their current permit.
And
then
when was that? When did those regulations come out?
It came in, they were voted on in 2016. So all renewal letters that came out in 2016 noted what the regulations were. That was a part of the regulation. You were grandfathered in as the permitted owner at the time, and they could maintain it unless there was any other outstanding issues that happened. So that they should have been aware of the grandfather law, because at this point, all the other, as stated earlier, all the other licenses were changed except ours, which is the tobacco retailer permit.
Okay, now let me ask you another question. You're saying that the city of Philadelphia issues a tobacco retailer permit. Am I right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The city of Philadelphia issues a tobacco retailer permit. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay, it's one of my exhibits that I sent to the board indicated that the tobacco retailer permit was approved for 2019.
Yeah, we didn't dispute that. I agree with
We
that.
didn't, so in other words,
after,
okay, and it was approved for 2020.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, so you approved it for 2 years after you became aware that it was now a corporation. Am I
Yes.
right?
I'll object. I don't think there's been testimony put on the record that prior to 2021, Ms. Wilkins was aware that they had become a corporation. Her testimony during direct was actually to the contrary. She became aware that the ownership changed during her review of the 2022 renewal application.
And actually,
Yes,
I apologize. That was incorrect, because he's correct. It has been a couple of years now. I believe, I don't have their original request in front of me, but I believe it's been at least a couple of years. Now, this is 23. So I think we've been trying to get this case on the docket for the last year or two. So I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me go back to 2018 when the food processing permit name was changed. Would that change have been made by you or your
repeat that.
department?
Repeat
Pardon
that. Oh, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Okay. When the when you testified on direct that the food processing permit, and you showed some example, you showed some document, was changed in 2019 to Grand Food Market, Inc. Now, would you have been the one that approved that change?
You mean ownership change?
No, I'm saying the food permit.
You mean your food
License.
license? No, I don't approve or deny food licenses. That's through our food department, the Office of Food Protection. That report that we showed in the exhibit was directly from the Office of Food Protection, directly from them based on their inspection.
Okay, and would you have been aware then that they had changed to a corporation at that point?
Not in 18, no, I did not.
But yet another department of the city knew that,
Yes,
right? And you didn't notify, you testified, you didn't notify this man that he had to apply for a new permit for a tobacco retailer. Am I right?
yes, because I was not aware of it in 2018. That's correct.
Okay, but I'm only asking you whether you told him.
Okay.
And you said no. And yet the 2019 and 2020 tobacco retailer permit was approved by the city. Is that right?
They haven't disputed it? No, it's fine.
Okay, so yet you approve after the corporation, after the food processing permit had been changed by the city, the name on it had been changed to Grand Food Market, Inc. You weren't aware that it had changed, but yet the city was aware, and yet the city granted the tobacco permit, retailer permit for 2019, 2020 and even 2021, am I right?
I'm gonna
yes,
object. This has been asked and answered, I think, multiple times at this point.
I
Well,
think
what
that's
is-
on the record, Mr. Silver, that in fact the city did that. Those licenses have been issued and to the individual names.
Okay, and were you aware, Ms. Wilkins, that the tobacco retail permit had been approved?
I'm the one that approved them.
All right, so you basically approved the 2019, 2020 retailer permits.
Yes, correct.
And you didn't do any research to see whether it was the proper name?
No, because at that time, as I stated earlier, what our main review process was generally just based on youth sales. And the fact that the person applied and they paid. So they were granted that. However, as you stated earlier, you said a letter was sent. I did not receive it, because had I received it back then, I would have stated, that the permit would null and void and they would need to apply, but I was not aware of that at that time.
Well, who would
So
have
they were able
received?
to renew, but they also renewed knowing they changed. And so they also fraudulently continue to renew.
Ms. Wilkins, I
without
think you've
any
answered it. I think
additional-
Ms. Wilkins, you've answered the question. No need for argument. You've answered the
got you.
question.
Okay.
Mr. Silver,
Is it
anything else?
reasonable to assume that once they notified you of their new corporation name in 2018, which you say you didn't receive, even though it was your office that the letter was sent to, the food processing permit was changed by the city to date the corporation? Why would he think that he had to do something different to change the tobacco retailer permit?
I'm going to
you-
object.
If you,
Mr. Silver, there's an objection.
Just
I
to
didn't
the-
finish my question, Your Honor.
I thought you had finished your question.
I
Let him
didn't
finish his
finish.
question. Finish your question then. Finish your
Okay,
question.
thank you. If Mr. Kim had notified the city and the city changed the food processing permit to the corporation, and in that letter that he notified the city that he was a corporation, which I believe you say you didn't get, but yet it's clear it prompted the city to change the food processing license name to the corporation. In that same letter, he said that he had a tobacco permit and a certain number and renewed the permit. And in 2018, 2019, 2020, the city approved and granted that permit. Why would he think that he would have had to do anything different than what he had already done to notify the city of the change?
He could have
My-
notified
Wait,
the
wait,
city.
Ms.
Ms.
Wilkins.
Wilkins.
Ms. Wilkins.
My
you're speaking
objection
too
is that it calls for speculation. Miss Wilkins can't know what Mr. Kim was thinking or not thinking at the time. She wouldn't be able to tell the board why he would think that he had to change something for the tobacco permit or not.
All right, let me ask this question then.
soon.
I
Is
also
the,
just-
the objection is sustained.
I
So-
also wanted to
Is
know.
it
for the-
reasonable, Ms. Wilkins, that if he notified the city about the change in the corporation and that the food processing permit name was changed and the tobacco permit was approved for the next 2 years, is it reasonable to assume that everything was proper?
Mr. Chair, I have to ask a question. Because of
Okay,
what,
Mr. Washington,
Mr.
just
Silver
for a
said.
moment, Mr. Washington, just for a moment. I just want to make sure that this particular question is resolved. Then I'll ask you to then pose your question. Okay, I just want to make, because he was in the middle of a question when you cut in. I just want to have him finish that.
I'm finished, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Washington.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same letter that he keeps quoting. And I just have to ask Ms. Wilkins, she works for the Tobacco Control Program?
That's correct.
Okay, so do y'all share information? Because the letter he keeps talking about, it states clearly, I previously operated Grand Food Market Partnership. The business status was changed to an S corporation, which was dated July 30, 2018, signed by Mr. Kim. So I'm trying to get clear that, you know, I'm assuming that you, Mr. Silver, you are assuming that they talk to each other. Their two departments talk to each other. Because Mr. Kim informed the DBACA program, and I'm assuming that he got a response from there stating this is what you have to do. Not that you have renewed your permit number on August 15th, 2017.
That letter apparently does have, based on the way, I have not seen the letter, you know, in the exhibits. He hasn't shown the exhibits.
And that's, no, this letter has not been presented to Miss Wilkins. People
okay.
are talking about this letter. I know it was in Mr. Silver's exhibit packet, but it hasn't been presented to the witness for questioning. So I think it's a little unfair at this point to Miss Wilkins to be talking about a letter without showing it to her.
Mr. Chair, I would withdraw my questions then.
Okay.
Because I said he was referencing it, and I got a copy of it.
Okay. And I'd like to ask Ms. Skiles, not to make you a witness, but I want to ask this question. If a corporation or an individual has a change in a corporate name for a license that it owns, mechanically, is that normally done by the individual or the company submitting a revised application sheet or information sheet, or how is that normally affected?
A change in name, and again, maybe Ms. Wilkins would be better to testify. A change in name, I think, would be handled differently, but I think what's important and what would differentiate this from a change in name is it wasn't a simple change in name. They went from a partnership to a corporation that has very different benefits. A corporation has many more benefits than a partnership. You're shielded from much more liability. This was a true change in ownership instead of a simple change in name for a corporate entity. At least that is the department's position.
Understood. And my question really has to do with the mechanics of affecting a change when there's a decision to make a change. That's all I was asking.
I'm unaware of the mechanics behind what would happen to when a simple name change is occurring.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, as part of my letter, I also submitted a City of Philadelphia form application for Philadelphia business tax account number for the corporation. That was
Mr. Silver, that's not relevant to necessarily to the tobacco issue. So do you have any additional cross?
Well, it tells them, Your Honor, that they changed the corporation.
Well, see,
name.
then you can make that argument when it's time to present
All right.
the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Skiles, do you have any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses. I would just ask to move the city's exhibits into the record.
So move. Thank you. Mr. Silver, it's your turn.
Okay, I'd like to call Mr. Kim.
Mr. Kim, is he present?
He was a few hours ago. Let me just see. There he is.
Okay.
Can you?
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Kim, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you make today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the record?
My name is C as in Charlie, H like a house, A like a apple, N like a Nancy, G like a government, and last name is K like a Korea, I like information, M like a Mary.
All right, Mr. Kim, you heard a lot of testimony today about your business, Grand Food Market. How long have you owned that?
I've been on this business 23 years, sir.
All right, in 23 years. Okay, and there was some exhibits that I sent to the other side, to the city, indicating you got a tobacco retail permit in 2012. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And did you renew that permit every year?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any violations on that permit?
None of it.
Okay. And at
No,
some
no
point,
ticket, no violation, no tax violation,
all
no,
right,
nothing.
well, good, okay. Now, at some point, when you got this license, the business was a partnership between you and your wife, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at some point, your accountant advised you to modify the business entity to a corporation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you and your wife, are you still the ones running the business?
Yes, sir.
Did any of that change when you changed to a corporation?
Yes, sir.
Did, none of it changed, or at what changed?
Nothing changed. Nothing
Nothing
changed. sir.
changed.
Yeah.
And at some point, you notified the city that you would change to a corporation, is that right?
Right.
And you've provided to me a letter you sent to the city dated January 30th, 2018. And in that letter, did you would change to a corporation?
Yes, sir. My accountant did it.
Okay. And did you tell them that you had a tobacco permit in that letter?
At the time, I didn't know, city has a, cap law. And then, my accountant didn't know about that kind of, city law either. That's why he changed my ownership. I really don't mind, I change the ownership. If I knew that kind of a law, city law, I wouldn't change the, ownership. I didn't know nothing. My accountant, took care of my, license and everything. And then, suddenly he got the, email from the Miss Wilkins, and then he showed me the email, and then I knew that, my, cigarette license was, revoked. That's it.
Okay, did you stop selling cigarettes at that
Yeah.
point?
Right after the, I got the email, I stopped, selling the cigarette.
Have you sold them since then?
I didn't sell any cigarette product, since then.
Okay. And after you changed to the corporation in 2018, did you reapply? Did you try
Yes,
to
I
renew
did.
your?
They applied it, and then I spoke with the Miss Wilkins, a couple of times, about the, everything is the same. And then I've been do this business 23 years. I didn't do anything wrong. And then, nothing changed, then, she said, I gotta reapply, but, there's no any other, ways. I gotta apply the, license. So I did it.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay. Chairperson, but okay.
Excuse me, Chairperson.
Do we have any cross-examination, Ms. Scales?
No, no cross, just argument at the appropriate time.
Okay. Mr. Silva, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, I have no additional witnesses, but I would like to introduce into evidence the documents that I forwarded to the board in my letter of January
Okay.
7th.
So move.
Thank you, sir.
We will now have closing, and that will be basically, Mr. Silver, if you would start and to give us a
Thank
short
you.
closing, and then
I
I'll
would be
ask
happy
Ms.
to.
Stiles
Thank
to
you,
do
sir.
as well.
Thank you again for your patience, and I apologize for my somewhat abrupt attitude.
Okay, we will hear you closing.
Okay. My client has been a business owner in Philadelphia since 1999. He's had a neighborhood food store in which he provides all kinds of items to the neighborhood, including at some point cigarettes, tobacco. He, as he testified at the urging of his accountant, the corporate name, he became a corporation as opposed to a partnership. He testified that the ownership or the people who ran the business were the same, he and his wife, that nothing changed. The only thing changed was it was no longer a partnership, but now a corporation. And he notified the city that that letter dated January 30th, 2018. And I believe, Your Honor, that as a result of that letter, the city then changed the food processing license to the corporation. Nothing was done for the tobacco permit, and my client assumed that everything was okay. In fact, he had notified the city that he had changed. And in fact, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, he renewed his tobacco permit license and paid the fee. And it wasn't until the city came out to his property, I guess, almost 2 years ago now, that he was advised that he could no longer sell cigarettes, that because the corporation now was the owner of the business, that he had to reapply, and was told by Ms. Wilkins that it was capped because there was a certain limit of tobacco licenses available per area in the city, and that his particular area in the area of Mount Airy, West Oak Lane was booked, well, was filled, so that he would just have to get on a waiting list. And I believe, Your Honor, that it was unfair that he was not allowed to get back under the new name when in fact it was the same people that ran the business. No investigation was done by the city to determine whether or not different people were involved in the ownership of the business as opposed to prior to 2018. And he was never, as I say, never notified that he had to do anything to change the license. And he kept applying and renewing. And it wasn't until I guess 2 years ago that he was notified that he couldn't sell cigarettes anymore, that because he had changed from a partnership to a corporation, the tobacco license could not be transferred. Thank you, Your Honor, for your courtesy and your patience.
Thank you. Ms. Skiles? You muted, Ms. Skiles.
I apologize. If I could share my screen for just a portion of my
please.
closing.
Mhm.
Okay. So I just want to begin with the section of the code because I think a lot of the facts that we have are agreed upon. I think we both agree that the business changed from a partnership to a corporation. We disagree with the outcome. However, the law is very clear on what the outcome of this case must be. As you can see, this highlighted section, it's section 9-631 that deals of the Philadelphia Code that deals with the tobacco retailer permit. A tobacco retailer permit is valid for one person at one location and may not be transferred from one person to another or from one location to another. A new tobacco retailer permit is required whenever a tobacco retailer changes location or transfers ownership. We also know here that this tobacco location changed ownership. Back in 2018, when a food inspection was done, it said that this inspection revealed that there was a change in ownership and that they were required to complete a change of ownership application. And I'll stop sharing my screen. And what I've heard from Mr. Silver throughout his closing is that the city didn't tell the appellant enough. The city didn't tell the appellant that they had to file a new application. The city didn't tell the appellant that he couldn't renew his license. However, that's not the city's responsibility. It's the business owner's responsibility to know the law surrounding the operation of his business. We've seen through the city exhibits that in this case, there was a new commercial activity license applied for. This would represent that the owner of the corporation knew that he couldn't operate under the old commercial activity license. He had a new corporation. He had to operate under this new commercial activity license. Under the new commercial activity license, he obtained a new dumpster license for the premises. He changed the name on his food license. The city doesn't sua sponte change names or make the decision to change names. We will grant a food license based on an application received by the city. So the appellant knew enough to get a new commercial activity license, a new food license, a new dumpster license. However, he continued to renew or attempt to renew the tobacco retailer permit under the old owner's name, his partnership capacity, for a number of years. And he got the benefit of being a
Mr. Silva.
corporation and being granted the tobacco retailer permit for 2 years after incorporating. It's also the city decided to not renew the
Mr. Silva,
license
my
as soon as we
phone
found.
battery dead, so.
Excuse me, Mr. Wade, would you mute, thank you. My apologies, Ms. Stiles.
No worries. As soon as Ms. Wilkins discovered in her review that the ownership had changed, she denied the renewal of the application. The renewal just cannot exist because the entity trying to renew the license simply doesn't exist anymore. The partnership doesn't exist anymore. They've incorporated. And when an ownership changes, as the code says, a new application is needed for this. I think the law is very clear, and I think the facts are very clear that this business truly changed ownership when they incorporated. And because of that, there's nothing to renew. There's no tobacco license, tobacco retailer permit to renew. They have to apply for a new one. So we would be asking for a city affirm today.
Okay, thank you very much. We've now polled the board regarding HA-2021-003390, Chang Ho and Sheila Kim, 6700 Sprague Street, City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silver. The vote is city affirm. You, of course, know that you can appeal the decision of this board. And so thank you for your patience and your vigorous advocacy of your client. Thank you all. We have one additional matter. That is, we have to go back to the matter with Ms. Ed, the water department case. Number 8. Okay. 13. Okay, what did we come up with, Ms. Athanasiadis?
Chairman Woodson, I would be respectfully requesting that this matter be relisted at the next scheduled date. I did not receive any of the documentation from Mr. Santiago. I did send emails, as I indicated, to parties within the water department, but did not receive a response. So I would just ask that the matter be relisted to give me time to further investigate and clarify whether in fact the repairs were made. And if so, I will advise the board accordingly to remove it before, the next listing.
Okay, based on that, then we will just continue this matter. And Mr. Wade, would you relist it, please? So that we can resolve it. Thank you so much, everyone. That concludes our business for today. And I know this is a late hour, but the board, if you could give me 2 minutes on executive session and the breakout session. Thank you.